Is on, Christy's on, good. Okay, I think we have everyone here. Karen, let me know if we want me to count down. Okay, starting silence. Good evening and welcome to the July 14th meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen. We are entering into this meeting remotely, and I will read the Governor Baker's orders to kick off our meeting, and then we'll go through the agenda. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, general law, section 30A, subsection 18, and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidance for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Westborough's website at town.westborough.ma.us. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: through Westborough TV on Charter Channel 192 and Verizon 28. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the Town of Westborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Okay, great. So I will go through the agenda and then we'll get right into our meeting. We have approval of minutes at 5:05, discussion vote. Actually, we're not having alteration of premises, correct, Christy? Okay, so agenda item number 2 we'll be passing over. We have a request to appoint to committees at 5:10. One of those appointments of Gary Kelly to the Spirit Committee will be moved to 7 o'clock due to scheduling, just for those interested in watching. At 5:15, we have annual reappointments. 5:20, presentation about the municipal aggregation plan by Sustainable Westborough. 5:35, discussion vote to update the flag policy by our town manager. 5:40, discussion vote of the community statement by Selectman Marshall and Hashmi. 5:50, discussion regarding the Explorer Post lease. Whoops. A little background noise there. 5:50, discussion of the Explorer Post lease by Selectman Edinburgh, and the Explorer Post board has also joined us. I see many of them on the phone now, so excited to have them. 6:20, we have a discussion of the committee handbook review, and Selectman Edinburgh will lead that discussion. 6:30, discussion vote to appoint selectmen to the Community Preservation Act Exploratory Committee. 6:35, discussion vote update the town classification plan. 6:45, discussion vote regarding Belknap Street if we need that item, which nope, we're passing over. I'm seeing Christy, thank you. So that's number 12 for anyone following along. Number 13, 6:55 p.m. discussion vote to approve and execute the dispatcher's contract with our assistant town manager. 7 p.m. discussion vote to approve and execute the activity and use limitation documents for 42 to 50 Milk Street Fire Department, led by our town manager. 7:10, Board of Selectmen meeting schedule. 7:15, interdepartmental transfers, which I don't think we have any, but if we need it, we have it on our agenda. 7:20, town manager report. 7:25, issues and correspondence. And then we will be joined by the Board of Health at 7:30 to discuss public events. And we will need an executive session to consider the purchase, sale, lease, or value of real estate at 31 to 33 Eli Whitney Street and 30 Belknap Street, as well as to consider strategy with respect to litigation. Whew, that was a lot of reading. Okay, so the first item, we have approval with respect to litigation. Whew, that was a lot of reading. Westborough TV, I think we're getting a little reverb. Well, we'll continue. Okay. Do I have a motion for the June 16th minutes?
I'll move their acceptance of the June 16th minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I did have a change that I'd sent to Sela. I had proposed in the second bullet regarding this, in the section where we're talking about placing the flags of the Rotary, I would like to amend the minutes to remove the reference to political movements and in its place to read, quote, to allow people to gather as they have been doing to air concerns and protest while allowing for this display, this meaning the flag. And also to note that I had asked about the proposed configuration of the flag, sharing my concern to allow for the display while ensuring the protesters had the space to safely stand in that same space, and that I had proposed in front of the Forbes building as an alternate location, as well as to add that Selectman Edinburgh had inquired about the status of mounting flags on streetlight flagpoles as part of that discussion. So there were 3 elements of the changes. Any concerns with those changes?
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Okay. So does anyone want to amend the motion?
I accept those as amendments to my original motion.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, great. We'll go to a roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 404 being present. Great. And do I have a motion for the minutes of June 18?
I'll move the acceptance of the June 18th minutes as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, roll call vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 404 being present. Okay, great. Moving into our appointments. Christy, do you want to walk us through this first part, or do you want
to? Yep, so these are, so we had 2 appointments to the Youth Commission, Tori Pringle and Alex Goldberg. And then we had the person that you had appointed for the gubernatorial appointment for the Westborough Housing Authority moved out of town. And so we had an opening. So we have April Metzger for that appointment. And then we also have Gary Kelly, but as you mentioned, we'll do that later in the meeting when he's able to join us.
Okay, so
Christy, hello?
Go ahead. Yes, Syed, go ahead.
I thought there was another applicant to the Housing Authority. I just saw that email.
Yeah.
Sela, do you have that name? We got that after the agenda was published.
Yeah, it was after the agenda was published and after the deadline of the process that we asked for. I know there were also some other requirements. Selectman Edinburgh, do you want to speak to those?
So yes. So the additional resident submitted a letter of interest yesterday. We had asked that those be in by last Tuesday, July 7th, to provide time for individuals to meet with either the director or a member of the Westborough Housing Authority. So April Metzger, who had applied and submitted her letter of interest previously, has done that and has received a statement of support from the chair of the Housing Authority for the position.
Yeah, but
So
hold on a second. Sorry, go ahead.
So for the woman who expressed interest yesterday, I'm happy to reach out to her. There are other opportunities around affordable housing where we need volunteers. With the Housing Partnership Committee has an open seat available for appointment. And additionally, the Affordable Housing Trust, even though all the seats are filled, we welcome additional volunteers and people interested to be involved. We've got a lot of work to do in the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Aren't we all volunteers?
But hold on a second. I mean, I'm not, again, I just want to clarify. I'm not sure what the urgency. I mean, I recognize there was a process, and I recognize the person applied late. But here's somebody that is, with somebody that we actually would, granted, did not apply on time, did not go through the process, but there's no urgency to make this appointment today. We can give this person just as much due, process.
Actually, there is a sense of urgency just because of the composition of the housing authority. If members are ill and unable to attend, they lack a quorum. And as an operating committee, a lack of quorum means they're unable to allow basic aspects of the housing authority to function, such as the ability to authorize payment on invoices and receipt of funds.
Okay, but I'm just saying, will a delay of 1 week or potentially, our next meeting is in 2 weeks. I was actually very impressed by the resume. Here's somebody that is, actually struggled with some of the issues that we are currently facing. And, this would be the ideal, at least to me, the ideal candidate for this position, again, who has done everything that, we want our residents to do, stepped up, is asking to get involved, is a newcomer to this process, but would be an advocate for this process. What is the harm of asking the people
So
to
given having read her letter of interest, and this is my opinion as someone who's been actively involved with the housing authority and the housing trust, her skill set and her background will be extremely valuable to the Affordable Housing Trust Working Group, and if she's interested, to the Housing Partnership as a formal committee appointment. The Housing Authority is an operational committee involved, and yes, she stepped forward, but we also have a candidate who stepped forward and took the time to meet with the Housing Authority and to understand the operation and the responsibilities of the position, and who's already started attending meetings to observe, so that she's ready to hit the ground running and got her letter of interest within the time frame that we had asked.
I still feel that we should give, here's somebody that is trying. Here's a new voice, trying to get involved. And instead of saying, hey, let us give, this new voice a chance, granted that this is exactly, why do you think people get so frustrated with the process that, and don't step up? Because this is why. Instead of making the road easier for them, we've put up more roadblocks. You don't have this experience, you don't have that experience. Well, why don't we let them try, apply to, let them, the housing authority vet them. Okay, fine. If those guys don't approve of her, do not feel that she's adequate, okay, maybe then that's fine. But if we keep doing this, if we keep saying, well, you don't have the experience or you don't have this, then who, with all due respect, who exactly do we want to serve on our boards? I'm at this point, I'm wondering, why would I want to get involved? Because if this is the kind of attitude we keep having, you didn't do this, there's only been one applicant. Here's someone else that is stepping up. To not give them a shot at this, to me, is just, you keep saying that we want equity, we want diversity, and we want all this other stuff, but when, the rubber meets the road, the answer is no way. You didn't do this, you didn't do that. Good luck to you.
Selectman Hashmi, I think you're a little bit out of line here. First of all, I don't think that we've done this before. You've referred that, you've indicated that several times, that we've done this before. I think that there was a process laid out. I think you make a good point around, what is the sense of urgency? So I think we can entertain conversation and discussion around that. The person who applied after the deadline does have board experience. So this is not if you will, a newcomer voice to board and town committees. This is a person who has actually several years experience, as you noted, you probably noted if you read her letter. And I think that when we talk about equity, we need to also talk about folks that take the time to follow the process and attend the meetings, and that we, the board, had outlined. And so we, I believe, would be unfair to people that have followed the process, whether it's one person or two people or 20 people, to allow for the exception. I think Selectman Edinburgh has offered his time to reach out to the other applicant, to have a conversation, and which of course he wasn't able to do because the information just came to us now, to reach out and figure out how, to engage this individual. I trust that he's a pretty persuasive guy and he knows his stuff on affordable housing, that he can find a spot. But I think you need to be careful about kind of
But with
accusing
respect,
us of actions that haven't been the case.
but I mean, again, I would reiterate what I just said. We have only one application to one applicant. Sorry, there's only been one person that has, again, gone through the process. Agree, I grant you that. But here's another voice stepping up, trying to get involved, who has struggled to find struggled to find affordable housing in our town, has struggled with some of these same issues. Wouldn't it? What does it cost us to give this person a shot? It costs us nothing, a week's time.
But it also costs us our integrity by if ultimately we allow a week and then we were to make a different, we were to change the process and then select another person. How does the first person feel?
Wait, hold on. We haven't selected the first person yet.
No, I know that. I realize that, but I'm just saying a person that follows the process and a person that doesn't follow the process, which has been open for a while. This is, Alan, by a show of your hands, have you mentioned this 4, 5, 10 times at our meetings? About this position being open?
Yes, and it's been open for several months. And with injury and illness, it's been touch and go for the housing authority to be able to maintain a quorum. There's a backlog of business they need to take care of. The other consideration here is, the section of Massachusetts law that gives us as a Board of Selectmen the authority to make this appointment is awkward. It's unique among positions that are, would be a gubernatorial appointment or, a comparable elected position. And the way it's set up gives the Board of Selectmen sole discretion. Over the last year, the Board of Selectmen has worked very diligently to reestablish a working and a trust relationship with the Housing Authority Board. And who felt that even as we look to fill the tenant representative seat, which is our exclusive domain, given the situation, the current status of the Housing Authority's structure and the gubernatorial appointment, felt that while the letter of the law gives the Board of Selectmen an appointment, they felt left out of the process and wanted a say in it. So we negotiated and worked with them in partnership, created a level of trust that we would have a process where they would meet with candidates and provide opinions and letters of notes of recommendation or support for specific candidates if there were multiple candidates. And we have a candidate who's gone through that process, and in the time frame we asked for, and for us to say, well, okay, now we're going to ignore the process or stop it and start over. I'm concerned about any dismantling of the relationship we've worked very hard to build with the Housing Authority and that we need. I look at this applicant's background and I see the issues that she's faced, and the reasons for her wanting to join are much more aligned with the work that the Affordable Housing Trust is going to be doing and that the Housing Partnership does, compared to the role of the Housing Authority, which is an administrative board that oversees the financial operations of the Housing Authority. And so if she wants to be involved in promoting and creating new affordable housing and dealing with housing affordability issues, then that's where her interest lies. If she's interested in overseeing an operation and being effectively on the board of directors of an organization that manages 110 units and is managing maintenance and capital planning and the operational issues of that organization, then it would be the housing authority. So even looking at her, if her if her letter of interest had come in on time, my conversation with her in even scheduling and introducing her to the housing authority for that part of the process would have been to, as part of her conversation with the housing authority, to see if that's the way she wants to be involved, or if she'd want to be involved in the other committees on affordable housing we have, where they seem to be more aligned with her interest in the way in which she wants to help and the goals she wants to achieve.
So
I still think, sorry, I don't want to
Syed, you
belabor
can
the
have one
point.
final, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. I fully understand there is a process. I fully understand that this board wants to respect the integrity of the process. But there's something about, I don't know, call it heart, that somebody stepped up, someone is asking, and we're not even going to let them talk to the housing authority. I just think that is.
Excuse me, we're not stopping her from speaking to the housing authority. What we're saying
not
is
allowing
that
her to get on the board. We're saying tough
well,
luck.
because
You
we,
didn't apply on time.
with all due respect, Selectman Hashmi, we also have a resident with the heart who stepped forward in the time frame we requested and took the initiative on her own to meet with the housing authority and to attend their meetings, to learn about the role. And so, yes, we have another person with the heart who stepped forward, but we have two candidates who've done that. And so, I look, this is, a challenging situation, but, I look at the factors involved. We've got, I want to maintain a healthy relationship with the housing authority. We need that going forward for any of our initiatives that might involve rental units and the role they play in the community. That we need their involvement and that we need them to trust us, and we need to trust them and have a good working relationship. And we also need to let people know that if we post openings for committees and we have a process defined, that the people who follow the process will be considered and they won't be usurped by someone who happens to come in late. There's a fairness to the applicant who went through the process as we asked, and we have to respect that as well.
I'm going to, just in the interest of time and a full agenda, I'm going to wrap up discussion and ask if we have we'll take it in three separate motions. If we have a motion first on the voting members of the Westborough Youth Commission.
I have a question about that also, Selectman Marshall, our chairman.
Okay, let's hold your questions, Syed, just for a minute. So being that we've been focusing our discussion on the Westborough Housing Authority, let's get organized here. Do we have a motion for April Metzger?
Yes, I move to appoint April Metzger to the Westborough Housing Authority for the current term ending June 30, 2022, per the authority granted the Board of Selectmen under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 5.
I'll second that. Selectman Johnson.
Okay, thank you. So we have had at least 10, 15 minutes here of discussion on this. Selectman Johnson, I don't want to put you on the spot. You have not chimed in. Is there anything you'd like to add at this point?
No, I have nothing to add. I agree with the comments of Selectman Edinburgh.
Okay. All right. And I'll call for a vote on this motion. Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
No.
Selectman Marshall, yes. That's 3, 1, 0, 4 being present. Motion carries. Okay. So we'll move to the Westborough Youth Commission appointment. So we have two individuals, Tori Pringle and Alex Goldberg, have been recommended by the Youth Commission and Youth and Family Services staff to be appointed as student voting members. And we did receive their letters of interest attached in our packet and emails. Selectman Hashmi, you had a question?
Yeah, I wanted to know, did the Youth Commission reach out to Claire Lord? I believe she's the person that spoke at the vigil that was held. What was it, several weeks ago or something? She was the person that spoke at the end, and I want to know that did the Youth Commission reach out to her prior to appointing? Did they try to recruit her? B, did they interview her? And if so, was she considered as part of the Youth Commission? Because she's one of the most impressive voices that I've heard in our town, and I want to know, like, did that voice reach the Youth Commission? I mean, if I was them, I would have gone out to her and sought her to be part of the commission. So I want to know, did they do that?
I don't have an answer to that question. I think their process is similar, where they receive applications and then they meet with them and invite them to a meeting. I don't have an answer as to whether or not they reached out to an individual specifically.
Selectman Hashmi, you're clearly impressed with Ms. Lord. Were you able to speak with her and ask her?
No,
about her interest?
I wasn't sure if it was the same. I didn't know if it was the same person. I saw her name when we were discussing the diversity committee, and then
Yep.
I saw this on the youth commission, so I didn't know. Hey, did they reach out to her? Did they not? I mean, I'd like to. I mean, this was somebody that gave spoke compellingly about some of the challenges of being a young person in Westborough, and I just want to know: did the youth commission reach out to her? Did they say,
So
"Hey"?
I don't think we have that answer from Christy. I think that's not information she has. To your point, I don't have that packet of information in front of me, but I do believe she has expressed an interest in the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and that meeting is later this week. Any other questions regarding this item? Okay, do we have a motion?
I move to appoint April Metzger. I move to reappoint Tori Pringle and Alex Goldberg as student voting members of the Westborough Youth Commission for a term to expire June 30th, 2022.
Are these reappointments or are these appointments? I just had a question on that. Do we know?
These are appointments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll amend. I move to appoint.
And I'll second that, Selectman Johnson.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Yes.
Selectman Marshall, yes. That's 4-0 for being present. Okay, as I mentioned already, Gary Kelly will be on later in our meeting due to commitments he had earlier, so we'll address that later. Okay, great. Moving on to the next item, which are reappointments. Christy, if you would.
So these are just part of our annual reappointments. So you've already voted on a lot of the reappointments at previous meetings, but these are reappointments for two members of the Council on Aging. So Dan Pavolis and Sue Abladian.
I'd move to reappoint Daniel Pavolis and Sue Abladian to the Council on Aging for terms to expire June 30th, 2023.
I second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah. Sorry. So I have several concerns. One, so I've been on the, it was interesting. I keep hearing from the Council of Aging, members of that Council of Aging, that we are not, as a board or as a town, not doing enough for the seniors in the town. And so the reason that concerns me is threefold. One, it concerns me that people that are on the Council of Aging and that should know don't know. So A, is it A, we're not doing enough? B, or are we not communicating what we're doing properly? And so the question that I have is, we are, Mr. Pavolis and Ms. Abladian have been on the Council of Aging for an exceedingly long time. And my question is, in the 2+ years, I think I have been on the board, I have never actually ever had, I don't think, and again, Shelby, you can probably correct me, I don't think I've ever had a board member of the Council of Aging come to the board about an issue. And so my concern,
Yep, go ahead.
So my concern is, A, are we excluding the voices that we should be listening to? So I recognize that that we are about to appoint these people, but here are two people with vast experience. I believe Mr. Pavolis was a former chair of the Council of Aging. Mr. Abladian has been a former selectman. And so I'm wondering, is it worthwhile, and I raise this, we don't need to, but I think it is important at some point that we bring the board members of the Council of Aging just to, come to the board and say, hey, this, here are our concerns. This is what we are hearing from the people that we represent. I would love to hear from Mr. Pavolis about, with his vast experience of being on the Council of Aging, what are we not doing? What are we missing? How are we failing to communicate? I think these are important issues, and I would just urge that, that we do that sooner rather than later.
So I think your comments are well timed. If I don't kind of chair's prerogative here, I think our committee handbook ties into some of the items that you're kind of talking about in terms of the importance of having what I'll call a healthy rotation through our committees and boards. And I think there's a go forward opportunity to improve on the process. And you've brought up some other points already with the other appointments that I think are well taken in terms of how do we, if you will, recruit and engage new folks to be involved in the process and have a voice. One of the things that I will bring up under issues and correspondence, but I'll jump into it here is the idea of one, as a board, that we have an opportunity to be liaisons to various boards. I know that Selectman Johnson has raised his hand to be part of the Country Club Operating Committee. Obviously, others have raised their hand to be involved based on areas of interest or areas of need. So that's always an opportunity to do outreach to these boards, this one in particular. And I do think it would be great to bring them before this board for presentation. We often have the opportunity to hear from our director, Alma Damage, but I think it would be great to hear from the council. So we'll put that on a future agenda. I think it's a great suggestion. And, and then again, there's an opportunity now to say, how do we look ahead to, new faces, new voices for appointments.
Right, and so the thing that concerns me is, like I said, I'm not sure if we've had any member of that board come before this board in 2 years, and I just don't want that to, I don't want that to continue. I would say that we should ask them.
So I think we heard that as an agenda item for the future. Yep.
And Selectman Marshall, if I could just add, that's something we have talked about for various committees and boards and putting them in front of us. I think it came out of, discussions that we've had in the past. So I think Selectman Hashmi's spot on, but I wouldn't say it's just Council on Aging. I think it's across other ones, and it's probably something that we as a board should, consider and work on, kind of a schedule to bring those in front of us. I believe we were talking about it until, unfortunately, we were hit with COVID and some other more pressing priorities, but I do think that, and I appreciate you saying put that on the agenda and at the request of Selectman Hashmi. I think that makes total sense, and I'm in complete agreement with it.
Yeah, I think that, and I also think this kind of falls under communications and even some items that we're going to talk about on our retreat, which we've yet to be able to have. So, Selectman Hashmi, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Marshall, yes. 4-0, 0 for being present. Great. Okay. So we are moving into our next agenda item, which is a presentation by Sustainable Westborough regarding our community aggregation or power choice contract. Christy, do you want to, or Kim, excuse me, you've been really working on this. Do you want to introduce it for us before Sustainable Westborough comes on?
There we go.
There you go.
Happy to. I believe Pete Dunbeck and John Metzger have joined us. They have a presentation. Sustainable Westborough is going to take the lead in the educating the community on the options under the new contract. I don't want to say too much more and steal anyone's thunder, so I think I'll turn it over to Pete and John.
Yeah. So just before we do, just as background for those that may not be aware of what we're actually talking about. So we have, the town has executed a 36 months electricity supply contract with Dynegy Energy Services that will go into effect on November 1, 2020. The products and pricing under the current contract with Public Power will remain in effect until that time. And as previously communicated, Sustainable Westborough has taken the lead on the communications plans that Mr. Foster just spoke to guide the town's education and outreach efforts aimed at providing residents with information. So we're at that kind of next juncture where that contract has been signed and the work has been underway to get the word out to the community and educate them on the new plan. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Metzger. Mr. Dunbeck, thank you so much for joining us.
Let me start off.
Yeah.
I have a slide presentation, but I don't know that it made it into ability to display it on this or not. Kim,
We have it in our packets. Christy,
do you have it? Okay.
or Kim, do you have it?
I will, who should I send it to?
Alan?
Alan, if you would. He's our resident technology expert.
Alan, could Pete share it too, or?
Can't hear you, Alan.
John, can you set John up to present it?
John can just present. Just move your mouse to the bottom of the screen and over on the right-hand side, there's a button that says Present Now.
Okay.
And then you just find the presentation in the little windows and double click on it.
Okay, that's easy. Let me see this one. Okay, present now.
Give it a second. There's
Window.
usually a lag.
I'm waiting for it to take the next step here. I said allow.
Okay. And then there should be a button to click present.
It's not showing me the screen I want to.
Okay.
Let's see,
Hold on.
but,
If you'd like, I received it. I have it here, so I can go. Oh,
go if you can do it. That's fine.
nope, you've got it. It's up.
Oh, okay. It's up. I'm not seeing it, but I'll assume that.
We're not seeing it.
We're not
yet.
seeing it either, so.
Alan, if you could pull it up and just John can cue the next slides for you, that would be great.
Sorry for the.
That's okay.
Not your fault.
John, we're glad it's you and none of us. Okay. Thanks, Alan. It's coming up. Great.
Perfect.
Okay.
If you
Super.
want.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so this is the plan that several people on Sustainable Westborough have put together. Carol Fisher, Eileen Nicopoulos, myself, and Pete Dunbeck. We've also spoken and talked over various aspects of this to the whole committee. And we've met with Kim Shelby and a representative from Peregrine Energy to gather input and ideas. And so this is a distillation of a number of people's thoughts. Can you move to the next screen, Ellen? So we really want to just summarize what we think the appropriate communications plan is over the next many months, including our launch schedule and the timing of various actions. And we want to talk about why we think there should be a new name for the whole program and get your agreement on that. So that's just our quick agenda here. So I think Shelby already summarized this. We have a new supplier already. The plans will take effect in November. Accounts will automatically switch to anybody currently enrolled in the Community Choice Aggregation program. Their accounts will be automatically rolled into the new accounts, so they don't have to take any action. But there are, of course, new options available in the new plans. So part of the reason for doing this is to make people aware of the new options so that they can take advantage of them, make the best choice for themselves. What we plan to do is try to develop descriptive and educational material that can be posted on our website, used in presentations, and posted around town in whatever ways you can post information and distribute it in these COVID pandemic days. We'll try to do information sessions, again, probably mostly virtual, but maybe someday in face-to-face, and find various ways to help both residents and the many businesses who use these plans to understand their options and decide what's best for them if the default that they have is not right. And as many people know, there's a really low awareness of the electricity aggregation program in town. If you talk to 10 people, I'd be surprised you'd find more than one that knows that it exists. It works well. It's been low key, but so the part of the real issue on the education is to raise the awareness. Let's go on to the next slide. And just a quick summary, as you recall, this is a 3-plan. We have 3 plans here. The standard plan, sort of the centerpiece of the new plans, is a plan that offers 20% more local renewable energy than is required. So that's a total of 36% in 2020. In 2021, that will go up by 2%. It'll be a total of 28%, 38%, and so on. Then we have 2 options. One, the 100% green option, which is provides 100% renewable energy out of the chute, no non-renewable energy at all. And then there's the budget plan, which is down to the minimum that the state requires is about 16%. It's slightly cheaper, and for people for which that's important, that's an easy option to take. So that's basically what this. So the deliverables, we're going to work on website materials. We expect to get a lot of help out of Peregrine Energy, our consultants, using a lot of materials that have been developed for other towns, and we will adapt them for our town. There'll be flyers with a FAQ, a frequently asked questions section. We can be able to email it or hand out paper copies in places where people might pick them up. Find ways to do press releases, write some letters to the editor, something on Westborough TV, using social media, the Lyman Street signboard and the like. And again, finding ways to have meetings in the fall. Probably many of them will be virtual. It'll be an interesting exercise, but hopefully we'll be able to reach a broad set of people who will be interested in knowing all this. Okay, so the next slide is Alan, if we can get the next slide. All right, so the timeline, really from last month to August, we're just preparing all these materials and reviewing them with various people in the town and with the consultants and other people to make sure that they're clear and understandable. And we're trying to figure out how to have meetings with the various community groups. And one of the things we want to make sure we Beware of any looking for cost-sensitive residents and small businesses for whom the slightly lower price of the basic plan would be helpful. We're proposing to launch this public outreach program on September 1. That's 60 days before the plan starts to go in effect. We're recommending that the town needs to put out a press release. It's a DPU requirement, and one possibility is that goes out on September 1 and highlights the basic message of these new programs. And all sorts of new information will be on the website, available through the town website as of September 1. So people have a place to go to get that. And then in the next 3 months, we'll just have as many programs as we can arrange, meetings with various groups, explaining these plans and answering questions. Once that switchover occurs in November, we'll continue to, as needed, explain these projects. And one other aspects we'd like to try to work on, and some of you may have heard this, you may get these flyers in the mail, in some cases phone calls or even emails about other people, other organizations selling energy, electricity. Sometimes they're very hard to understand, and a percentage of them would be, I think, properly classified as predatory. They're written in such a way as they look attractive, but they really aren't. And sometimes there are people who get a percentage, but we don't know how big it is, a percentage of people get into these programs and may or may not realize for a while that they're not as good as other options. And we have some hope of trying to provide some information so people will be able to more easily sort that out than doing it all by themselves. So that's really our overall set of goals here. So let's go to the next slide. So one of the issues we'd like to do is rename the program. Westborough Community Choice Aggregation is a bit of a mouthful and doesn't really tell people what it's all about, what kind of choice. The term power choice has been used successfully in a number of towns, and we think renaming the program Westborough Power Choice would be a good, give us a clearer name and realize the choice is all about what kind of power you get into your house or your business. So we're really requesting that the board consider this and hopefully agree and ask the town manager's office to work with make sure that name change can be done. The energy consultants believe it's straightforward and requires no rigmarole from a regulatory viewpoint. So it's more of just having the town support of that name change. And the other point then was we think that starting September 1 is about right, but if anybody has strong feelings we should change that or wants to discuss that, we would like to do that. So I guess I'd like to end by what does the board think about the name change? And then secondly, what does the board think about the September 1 timeframe? Plus any other questions, of course.
Yep, Selectman Johnson?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I'm on echo there, but well, fully supportive of the name change. I agree with you. The community choice aggregation is confusing because it doesn't really talk about what it really is. Aggregate doesn't bring power or electricity in there. I think you have to kind of read below the line to see that. I guess, and it sounds like, John, that there's been some discussion with Peregrine already for the potential to do that. So I'm fully supportive. I think the name sounds right. It's sounds like it's been successful in other communities, so I'm fully supportive. I guess the one question, Christy, anything, I guess, from your side, concerns or anything that you see kind of off the bat without doing any more on that?
Related to the name change, I had a question that they just answered. I just wasn't sure, because we had gotten the plan approved, if that was going to be an issue, but I would have asked our consultants as well. So if they don't see that as an issue, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, thanks. So anyways, I'm fully supportive of it. with that name change personally.
Selectman Edinburgh? Oh, we can't hear you. There you go.
I agree. I like the new name. I think it's definitely clear and concise, and even the term power choice, I think, will grab people's attention, so that when we do market, there'll be greater awareness. I think it's, from a marketing standpoint, it's a great idea.
Okay. Selectman Hashmi, any comments on the name? Okay, well, if you're coming off mute, I'll just chime in. I think it's a great change, being part of the group that negotiated the contract and worked on this. I think this is a much improved program, and sort of as we go through our second round of this community aggregation process, I think we've learned some things, and we have a great plan in place, and a really positive story to talk to our residents about how to save money and how to do so in a way that benefits the environment, reduces carbon footprints. So very supportive. Selectman Hashmi, I see you're off mute.
Yeah, sorry. So am I allowed? I have questions about the presentation. I don't have questions about the name. I have questions about the presentation. Can I ask them?
Yeah, it's just any comments about the name, just because that was the question that was posed to us.
I don't have any comments about the name. I have questions about the
Yep.
presentation.
Okay, is there anything else just give us a second here. John or Pete, anything else that you wanted to add, or are you good to open this up for questions?
Well, I think just knowing that you're supportive and we can go ahead and, work on getting that, make sure putting that name change in place. That's just I don't know if you need to vote or just nod your heads or whatever is the appropriate formality.
Christy, I don't think we need to vote, do we?
I mean, you could vote if you're gonna move on. If you're gonna change the name officially tonight, you could vote on it.
Okay, well, let's,
I'd make a motion if you want.
yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, I would move that we change the name of the currently community choice aggregation contract to I'm sorry, what were we calling it?
Westborough Power Choice.
Westborough Power.
Look for a power choice.
Westborough Power Choice. Thank you.
I second.
Sorry for my short-term memory loss
Oh,
there.
thank you. Okay, seeing as we've all commented in support, we'll take a roll call vote on this, and then we'll open up for questions. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 400 for being present. Okay, great. Selectman Hashmi, you have the floor.
So I again appreciate all the work that has gone into this, but so I'm cheap, and I was looking at this presentation as a consumer of this product, and you didn't. To me, I think you need to speak to the residents as consumers. We're trying to look for a deal, so it would be one of the things that I would like to know is, I think it would be helpful for the residents to know is what is the current rate right now, or the rate we're paying, which is, I know on our electricity bill, what is this rate? What is the delta? The second is, it would be helpful to have a graph of electricity price. Sorry.
Syed, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the presentation that the board received in its packet, kind of for background and context, is a presentation that the Sustainable Westborough ultimately will be, that's sort of more the commercial view, if you will. They were presenting to us just the communications plan, not the actual community education program tonight. But feel free to make your comments. I think it's a great opportunity for John and Pete and Westborough, Sustainable Westborough, to hear the comments, so you can have some input to that presentation. But please understand, the presentation that John just gave us is not the community education plan.
So so I would just make sure that we have a price of the gas or whatever the electricity prices during this time, so that residents can see. And I was just also curious, when you are out with this consultant, did we have a fiduciary standard that this consultant was only working for us and in our best interest? I guess that's the biggest question I have.
Syed, so we have a contract with this consultant, which the board voted on. Just voted to extend. So they are working for the town. They did have to go out to bid. The board was part of all of those decisions. So I'm not sure, what your is, but
well, I mean, a fiduciary standard is that, and I'm sorry, is that that they do whatever is in the best interest of the town. So was the fiduciary standard part of the contract with this consultant?
So I can't speak to that because I don't have the contract right in front of me. What I can tell you is that in working with Peregrine, they have been an unbelievable partner, I will say, and discussing options and understand the bidding process is a very it's a closed bid process. Kim, correct me if I'm saying anything amiss here, but we say that we want to go out to bid. We speak, and the select board was supportive of that, and the timing of which, remember, we went out earlier than we needed to, with the idea that it gave us some run room if we didn't like the results. Then the bids come back as sealed bids, and there's a very, very short window in which we can open those bids. So I look at our consultant more as an advisor in the process in understanding the bids and all the kind of the nuances of how they come up with the pricing structure, as well as working with us to help with community education and revising a website, handling customer service calls, which is all part of the rollout process and throughout the duration of the Power Choice contract. Kim, did I misrepresent anything there? No. Okay. So I don't, to be honest with you, I mean, we can still answer the question after the fact about the fiduciary, but I'm not sure that in this case it's relevant. Only because the bids are sealed bids. I mean, they're not out sort of sourcing the numbers for us.
Yeah, in regard to Peregrine, I'll add a little bit on that. I was very pleased with the quality of the people we're working with in regard to the communication strategies and plans, their experience in working with other towns. They've been able to cite some very good examples. They have website managers and graphic artists that are available to us. So there's a lot of support, which is very encouraging to me as a volunteer group, as Sustainable Westborough. It's comforting to know that we have professionals that are helping us through this process. So I've been very pleased working with them.
Right. And one more piece I would add is that as we were in the process of proceeding to the bids sourcing part of the arrangement, they really walked us through and educated us on what we might expect in the market influences. We had extensive conversations about all of that in the subcommittee that was designated to work on that. So to answer your question is we don't have that answer, Syed. Is there anything else you have?
Nope.
Okay.
I would like, can I just?
Yeah, please.
I think that, the information they provided was certainly and they spent far more time than originally planned in explaining and answering our dozens and dozens of questions. And it appears that we've gotten a relatively favorable contract. One thing we should also remember is that nobody is obliged to remain in this program. If there's a better deal out there, wherever anybody can find it, they can switch in a heartbeat. There is no fee, and you can switch in or out at any time. So it's not like individuals or businesses are stuck with our decision. If some wonderful company out of somewhere can provide better stuff, then people should do that. And certainly large corporations, as some of you may know, often go out to bid for their own electricity. The largest companies in this town, BJ's, for example, does not use community choice aggregation. They probably have a staff that, and so there are deals, but especially who can spend the time to find them. But if somebody does, then and it looks advantageous, they should do that. So we're trying to do a service to the town, give them a pretty darn good deal. That doesn't take a lot of effort and research for people so they can get on with the rest of their lives. That's what I think we're doing. And
So for the board's benefit, one of the areas that I've stressed is just providing, as we go out with our communication plan, that asking Sustainable Westborough to really give folks a view of where we've been and where are we going. So help them to understand the pricing structure relative to National Grid as sort of the default, if you will, as well as to understand how we have fared across other negotiations in the Commonwealth that have similar programs. And to really stress, to John's point, the ability to move in and out of levels, as well as levels of the plan of budget standard and 100% to choose their own. But what we want to make sure is that folks are not captured by, if you will, predatory practices and find themselves, because that's really the number one thing. Anytime I've been up to the senior center and we're talking about this, folks are like, I got stuck with a plan and it's been terrible, and or I'm constantly getting these flyers and I don't understand that. So this is a vetted process, a vetted energy supplier, and Sustainable Westborough is going to walk us through that. So I just want to provide the board with that reassurance, and certainly the public as well. Yes, Ian?
Yeah, you hit what was going to be my comment, but I just wanted to say thank you to the committee for doing that, because I do think the predatory piece and educating the community is something, as you said, that we've heard from many folks, and I know that probably each one of us gets numerous of these things. And to John's point, is if people have the time and can go and vet it, but I would tell people to be careful. Unlike what we're talking about here, most of those, once you sign up, you're in many cases are locked in, and they may be very favorable initial rates, and then they skyrocket after that. So I do appreciate the committee taking the time to work through it and try to help folks and educate them on kind of what else is out there, and just how to be, that people should be careful what they look at. So thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, great. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is discussion vote for update on the flag policy. Christy?
A few months ago, when we were talking about COVID and honoring people who had passed away from COVID, we talked about lowering the flag. And that's when we had looked at our flag lowering policy from 1993. And we had worked with our Veterans Services Director on really what's allowed as far as the town having the ability to lower the flag on its own. And so instead of lowering the flag, because we found in our research that it was against the US flag code, we had our moment of silence instead, and the bell ringing. But we wanted to bring the flag policy forward for the board's consideration. In talking to our Veteran Services Director, he believes the Westborough Veterans Advisory Board would be in favor of either eliminating the current flag policy or amending it just to read that we would be in compliance with the US flag code.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I would move to amend the current flag policy, by removing the existing language and replacing it with the town of Westborough flies the flag according to the United States flag code.
Edinburgh seconds.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll take a vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh,
Yes.
Selectman Johnson,
Yes.
and Selectman Marshall, yes, 400. Okay. Move on to our next agenda item, our community statement. I don't know, time is flying these days, so I don't know if it was a couple weeks ago or a week ago, or I think it was 2 weeks ago. We talked about as a board about the need for a community statement in light of our current challenging environment that we're in. The board requested that I and Selectman Hashmi work with to draft a statement and to work with our town manager, Chief Purcell, Chief Laurie, and our Director of Youth and Family Services, Kara Presley. So in your packet, you have a copy of that community statement that ultimately, if approved, would be shared through various venues, certainly if nothing else be on our town's website. And I'll turn it over to Selectman Hashmi to provide any opening comments about the work that was done.
No, I just wanted to thank Selectman Marshall and the town staff, especially Christy, for all of her help and the edits from the chief and Kara. But ultimately, there are two things. So one, I would suggest, I just thought about this as I was preparing for this meeting, is are we going to release the statement, or are we going to ask for comments before we release this, or feedback? That was one. I was just going to ask.
Well, I think it's for this board to comment on, since it is our statement, to comment on if there was anything that this is a discussion vote on the agenda. So beyond this board, there wouldn't be any comment. It is our statement. We own it.
Okay. And the second, I think, is just the point for the community. Ultimately, the board, represents you and your vision of what the town wishes to be. But there's also and while we run, we are there to be your board, but there's much that needs to be done by each of us as individuals, and it's only that when we commit ourselves to this process, that as individuals, not as board, when we commit ourselves to having a more just and equal society, that is when we're going to have a more just and equal society. And one of the things I, again, caution the community about is what we don't want is tokenism, empty symbolism. That is one of the things that concerns me greatly. What we want is to see that the town, all of the residents feel invested and valued as valued members of our town community. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Christy, is there anything else on behalf of the town and the work done that you'd like to add to this before we open it up for discussion?
No, I just would echo, the comments that you had made, that I think it was a good collaboration. And I think the town staff that worked on it, join you in feeling like this is a really great statement to the community.
Okay. Ian, Alan, do you have any comments about the statement or things you'd like to see changed?
I think it's great. Thank you very much. Just echo the thanks that Selectman Hashmi put out there to Shelby, to yourself, and to Syed, but also to the chiefs, Christy, Kara, to put this together. I think it's great. I think it's to the point. It covers actionable items. It talks what we'll do. I think, to Selectman Hashmi's comments, it's something that we as a board, similar to our strategic plan and other things, we need to keep this front and center, and not just post this and walk away. I think this is something that should be something that, and it says in there that will be taking into every action that we do to make sure that these are actions that we're taking and listening, as it states in there. So this community statement is not just a statement; it's a call to action and a plan. for us to move forward. So very much appreciated. I think it captures it very well. There were two small things, and I'm not sure if I highlighted two spots on this that I just thought were just grammatical things.
Yeah,
So
saw
if we could
those.
just-
Thank you.
We just cleaned those two up, but besides that, I think it's no comment beyond thank you, and I think it's a very strong and clear message. So thank you.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Again, thanks for everyone who worked and provided input in pulling this together. It is a great starting point because it is a document that outlines actions and the expectation of future steps and future work for us as a board, us as a town, and us as a community. My one comment on the content is under the bullet points of action items on page 2, there's a reference to 8 Can't Wait, which is a specific organization and program. I'm not sure everyone's familiar with it, so it might be worthwhile maybe to enumerate what those 8 bullet points are for clarification, or provide a reference to a website where people can get more information on it. But I think that one of the components I like, or one of the factors I like about this is in talking to people in the community, who say, well, we should do X, Y, Z. Again, it comes to communication and transparencies. We may think we're already doing X, Y, and part of Z. And so I like that this is communicating some of the things that we believe we've been doing, even before the current situation and awareness around these issues, and some of the things that we've done since, the awareness is written and the current issues have come to the forefront, so that people understand that there's action that's been happening, and there's action that is happening, and there's action that's going to happen. And we can have respectful discussions on, are those the right actions? Are the actions enough? Or what other actions should we be doing? And this provides a great context for those discussions and for moving forward in a productive and effective way. And so thank you. I'm very pleased.
Good suggestion on the reference. So I wasn't going to read this, but as I'm looking at it, I feel like it's should be read. Folks will be able to read it on their own, but I think it's such an important statement. I don't want to just sort of post it and not have taken the time so folks could listen to it. And if they choose to, as they're watching this meeting at another time, replay it, play it for their children, play it for their neighbors, or listen to it as many times as they want to. So I will go ahead and read that. Excuse me. Recent national events spotting racial injustice have captured our collective consciousness. Racism is unfortunately not new to our country, our state, or even our town. History shows us that countless Black men, Black women, and Black youth have been witness to and directly harmed by hundreds of years of systemic racial injustice and inequality. Recent events have brought together a collective voice stating that racism will no longer be tolerated and that our community has a shared commitment to end it. We cannot change the past, but we can affect the course of the future, starting here in Westborough. As the Westborough Board of Selectmen, we join in this collective declaration and wholly condemn racist acts of oppression in all forms. We recognize that institutional racism is real and has targeted communities of color for far too long. We affirm that Black Lives Matter. The board welcomes all community input, and in doing so, we recognize that voices of color need to be prioritized. As elected officials, our words must be supported by action that will take various forms over a sustained period. To that end, we offer both information about actions previously and currently undertaken by the town, and further action items we commit to taking in the coming months. Current steps taken to combat systemic racism include de-escalation and anti-bias education are a part of the ongoing training program, not one and done presentations for the Westborough Police Department. Westborough Police Department staff have also received training with respect to responding to people with autism, dementia, or mental health issues. The police department is committed to ongoing training to ensure they have proper Westborough Police Department is committed to ongoing training to ensure they prevent improper interaction with the community while ensuring the highest level of services are provided. The Westborough Police Department has a mental health clinician riding with the department on most 4P to 12A shifts with 24/7 access to these services. Mental health issues can therefore be addressed as such rather than a criminal matter. The police staffing model that provides a patrol supervisor on each shift is part of this. Part of the supervisor's role is to evaluate responses in real time, make command decisions, and enforce department policies and practices. The addition of a traffic officer has significantly increased the number of public police interactions. This role has contributed to a 35% year-over-year reduction in accidents and accidents with injuries. Furthermore, over 90% of traffic stops result in warnings, not tickets, reflecting the department's priority of safety and education over punishment. This approach greatly reduces the likelihood of many of the policing issues we are seeing throughout the country. If a 911 call is received and a mental health issue is suspected or indicated, a Westborough Fire Department ambulance is dispatched to treat the situation as a medical issue rather than a criminal matter. Our public safety teams have access to interpretation services 24/7 as needed in partnership with the Westborough Youth and Family Services and the Public Safety Communications Center. Funding for Westborough Youth and Family Services has increased more than 12% over the past 4 years, during which time we have rolled out additional mental health referral services, interpretation services, and more programming in partnership with other organizations in our community. In all cases, the board's action will take the form of listening to members of the community, especially to persons of color who are willing to share their stories for the betterment of our community. The board is committed to creating a more inclusive conversation and community. As a starting point to this process and to engage the broader community, the board calls for the following: funding of anti-racism / implicit and explicit bias training for all town staff, a presentation by the Chief of Police to the Selectmen on Westborough Police Department policies and procedures, including a statement regarding the department's position on all elements of 8 Can't Wait, and a status report of the department's work to become accredited by the Commonwealth. Filling the 3 open seats on the Diversity and Inclusion Committee with residents. Requesting the Economic Development Committee explore ways to encourage minority-owned businesses to establish a business in Westborough or expand its business in Westborough. Promoting participation on boards and committees such that they reflect our diverse community. Continuing to partner with community organizations who promote anti-racism education and training. Encouraging the community to safely engage each other through conversation with a foundation of kindness and courtesy, contacting law enforcement when public safety is genuinely threatened. The board and town staff remain committed to the mission statement created in the 2018 strategic plan, quote, an innovative town government trusted to provide high-quality municipal and educational services that enhance quality of life and provide an inclusive and positive experience for the community. It is through recognition of this mission in our daily work that we continue to improve the way in which we are able to provide high-quality service to the entire community. Further, the board reaffirms its commitment to the town vision statement, quote, Westborough, a vibrant, inclusive, safe, attractive, connected, and engaged community for a lifetime, end quote. Our community's vision and its future will be stronger when input is provided by the many, not the few, and regardless of race, ethnicity, age, or gender identity or sexual orientation. The board invites the entire community to collectively work toward recognition of this vision. We recognize that this important work will take time, humility, and constant vigilance. As your elected board, we value our community's diversity and recognize that equality and justice are not finite. By expanding both, no one is harmed. Rather, the community is strengthened for all and for generations to come. Period. Thank you for that long period of time to listen to me read that statement. I think it's an important one, and I thank the board for its support in having it written. So thank you. So Christy will ensure that it gets posted and.
Well, I think we need a motion for that, right? Is that what we're looking for here?
Oh, to accept it. I'm sorry. Yes, correct. Thanks, Ian. Do we have a motion?
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
do you or Syed want to do that?
sorry. Whoever has a motion, whoever has a motion, go ahead.
I would move to approve the community statement as presented and distribute on the board's behalf.
I'll second it.
Okay. I'd like to just suggest an amended motion just to make some grammatical changes as needed, as Ian, you had already mentioned. Is that okay?
Perfect.
And then you also wanted, or Alan had suggested clarifying that.
Yeah. We'll put the source in there and he can't wait. So it's a reference. Yep.
Actually, while we're doing that, I think, Shelby, as you read it, that when we talked about the vision statement,
Yep.
we didn't put the close quotation, so we just need to
Yep. Got it.
have the close quote.
I noticed that too. Thank you.
But yeah, so my motion is as as updated for those grammatical changes and the link to the 8 can't wait.
Okay.
I'll second those changes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay.
Nice try.
Selectman Edinburgh,
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Johnson,
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Hashmi,
Yes.
and Selectman Marshall, yes, 4 being present. Fantastic. All right, great. Syed, I'm sorry. Nope. Okay. So we are moving on to our next agenda item. This is the discussion regarding the Explorer Post lease. And I believe I see Mr. Higginson, Mr. Borglund, and Mr. Lane are on. Is there anyone else from the Post that would be joining?
That's it for tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all for being on. And Rob, if we could just do a sound check for you just before.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Okay, great. I'm going to turn this over to Christy, excuse me, Alan, and then Christy.
Okay. Actually, Christy, did you want to start with the background?
Sure. So in November, the board established a list of goals. For calendar year 2020, one of the goals being the review of all town assets, including the Forbes building and the parking lot behind it. Certainly in discussions of the departments moving back into the Forbes building, and also the discussions related to the 9 Grove purchase and sale agreement, which was terminated. There was a discussion of the need for parking. And so the board had asked Alan and I to have a conversation with the Explorer Post, understanding that their lease expires in 2 years. And we wanted to have a discussion with them well in advance of those 2 years about the possibility of relocation. And so we did have that discussion, and they're here to continue that discussion with the full board.
Okay. So in having the meeting, part of the, reaching out to the Post at this point in time, even though the lease extends through the end of June 2023, was that we know that this is a complicated issue for the Post, and that the more time they had to assess the situation and figure out a course of action, the better it would be for them. It also provides, since it's in the town's interest to obtain the land for municipal use, affords the option to have discussions about how the town might assist the Post with the relocation as that's planning forward. In meeting with the Post, they provided some great information about the history of the organization and its historical relationship with the town. In our conversation, one of the things that they, pointed out was that, the Post has historically had a special relationship with the town in some ways. We realize that relationships change over time. And so they had asked us for, in that conversation, had expressed a desire that the board would consider the role of the Explorer Post in the town in this decision. Effectively, is typical for nonprofits. The town supports nonprofits by offering them space for meetings and events. as that space is available and as the space the town might have is appropriate for those meetings and events. With the Explorer Post leasing land from the town with effectively no rent payment other than the coverage of their own utilities. The town is in effect subsidizing the operation of the Post, which is clearly a special condition and treatment that differ how we work with other and nearly all nonprofits in town. And so the feedback, as I heard it from, and the members of the Post can chime in here as well, is that they feel that the board should consider the role of the Post as, you know, with respect to that special consideration, that special treatment from the town. And so I believe part of what they would like to do this evening is make a presentation about the Post, provide some information. The board has a copy of all of the information that's been shared by the Post with Christy and I, as well as for the board as a whole. So with that, I don't know who's going to make the presentation, and do you need me to walk you through the screen share?
So this is Dana, and I'm going to do the presentation. Alan, do you want me to try to share from here, or?
Sure. Sure.
So hopefully you can all
Yep.
see that. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So first of all, thanks for inviting us to be on the agenda. We do really appreciate the opportunity to give you some background on the Explorer Post. I know that there is a varying level of familiarity with our group, so we do appreciate being able to come before you, and also, you know, give you some initial feedback on the heads up that the board has given us, and we appreciate that as well. This is mostly meant to be, like I said, informational, and we expect that there'll be some further dialogue going forward, or might be some more detailed questions. But and I didn't want to take too much of the board's time tonight with that. So again, I'm Dana Hagenson. I'm a property owner and resident of Westborough. Have been my whole life. I've dedicated a huge chunk of my life, probably more so than my family would like, to the town, to various public safety agencies, the Explorer Post being one of them. That being said, who is the Post? The Post is a chartered organization under the Boy Scouts of America, under their Exploring program, Learning for Life program. We have one of the distinct positions of saying that we're in the top 10. The last time we checked, we were the 5th longest running Explorer Post in the country, fire service post. And that has a lot to do with a couple of factors. One is the leadership. Over the years, we've had some very strong community-oriented leaders. I've got Brett Borglin and Rob Lane on the meeting tonight. Between the three of us, as well as Dave Romano, who couldn't be here for health reasons. The four of us are heavily involved in the day-to-day operations of the Post. And without the leadership that we have from them, as well as the leadership from before, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to claim this status. There are other fire service posts that have popped up in the area. They come and go, unlike our organization. And so some of that is the leadership. A lot of it has to do with the location. Our membership, our youth, our high school age kids, and by having a downtown location, that is a huge success for us because they can, after school, they can be down there. It's a central location in terms of responses, meetings, and so forth. We've also had a very safety conscious organization over the years for several reasons. One is that we've always had a strong set of internal policies. Some of those, including, for example, a accountability system at incidents, well before any of the professional fire service organizations started doing that. We also, because we're chartered through the Boy Scouts, we have to follow all of their guidelines. And the Exploring program, the Learning for Life program, has a whole set of policies and procedures specifically for fire service. And then the third wing of that is that we've always worked very closely with the fire chief and the fire department as far as how we operate, how we respond, how can we help them, how can we not get in their way. Going back to the beginnings of the post, which was 1967 was when the post first started. So, Chief Parker, Chief Perrin, current Chief Purcell, we work with them regularly. If they have any concerns, we work with them to address that. And we've had a very safe history with the post, and I'm not aware of any significant injuries that we've ever had as an organization over the 50 years. So obviously we're a fire service post affiliated with emergency services, and that is the career path that was chosen back in the early or late 60s, early 70s, as far as what this particular post was going to be involved in. The thing that I bring up is that we're not just fire service. So another large component of the Explorer Post is teaching the kids community service and being active in the community. And we have helped out with numerous other projects in the town, ranging from Arts and Common Festival to homecoming events where we've helped with lighting. We've helped with the Spring Festival, 4th of July celebrations going back many, many years, including when Westborough used to do fireworks, and all the town departments, as well as general emergency services and disaster responses. So it's not just responding to structure fires and brush fires and search and rescue events. We pride ourselves in being an organization that offers an alternative activity to the youth in Westborough as well as surrounding communities where they may not feel comfortable partaking in sports or fine arts. It gives them another avenue of after-school activities. I myself am an alumni of the program, as is a ton of other former members that have gone on to work in public safety agencies. We have right here in Westborough on the fire department, police department, and the DPW, we have employees, current employees and retired employees that were former members of the post or have been involved in the leadership, as well as a whole host of other public service oriented careers. And that's what we're trying to do with our program, is teach these kids life skills. The kids run the meetings. We have them plan and execute all of our activities. And I'm getting word that the slides aren't updating.
Dana,
Yep.
we're seeing the who is the post slide at the moment, but I know you've been speaking to other slides.
Yeah. I
Yep.
believe the board has a package, correct?
Yep, take your time though, if you want to, that one did move, Dana, so if you want to move through the other slides and just, if there are any points you want to reinforce.
Okay. So as far as the location and the reason for being here, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on that. So in the late 60s, early 70s, the post was at a private property on South Street, again, downtown location. And after a period of time, that property owner wished to develop that property and asked the post to vacate. The post basically went around town and tried to find property that would be suitable for the post to relocate to. At the time, the town had offered up the property that we're currently on as a place that the post could call home. And what ended up happening was the town meeting eventually offered a lease to the post for the land that we're currently on, which is pictured in that slide. And the post went about a fundraising campaign, which is an important aspect of our organization. We're not written into the budget of the town. We fund our activities and our organization through fundraisers and community donations. The building that is currently the larger building that's currently behind the Forbes building was a result of a public community fundraising campaign. So all the funds to build the building were donated. And obviously at the time, it was anticipated that this was a long-term arrangement. The building was built and obviously the fundraising efforts were public. They were done with permits. They were done with the full knowledge of all the town officials. And I think it goes without saying that, you know, the Explorer Post would not have undertaken those efforts at this particular location if it felt that this was a short-term agreement. We've been very fortunate to have town meeting support over the years for this particular location. So again, we appreciate that the board came forward and let us know that there's been discussions about not renewing the lease in 2023. And our initial reaction to this is that, with a heavy heart, this is a very large, this is going to have a very large impact on our organization, probably or most likely to the point where it would terminate us. We are a nonprofit charitable organization. We have an operating budget that is very low, not a lot of money. As I mentioned before, the location of the post is a key to our membership and our ability to recruit new members and having a sustainable program that really is very rare. And the other issue with this is that we're just coming off of several years of being displaced on an operational level due to the Forbes renovation project. We have, for a couple of years, physically been unable to utilize that land that we have a lease for. Our equipment was relocated to the DPW, and we do appreciate that opportunity. However, it was a significant expense for us, both in terms of erecting the shelter that was up there, as well as not having our equipment in a conditioned environment. Has actually suffered a lot of accelerated maintenance issues with that. And also not having a meeting space that, the ability to attract new members when we have a physical barricade around our property or the town's property that we have a lease for, made it very difficult to attract a large number of new members. So that is an issue that we're dealing with. Obviously, we've also, there were a couple of major setbacks during the Forbes renovation project where we did not have power because the power supply got literally ripped out of our building inadvertently by the contractors, but we had to deal with that. The gas supply that gave us the ability to heat our building also was broken during the construction process, and we had to deal with that. So these are all issues that are before us right now, and if we have to, on top of COVID and the issues with COVID, and now having to try to find a new location is basically disastrous for our organization. So, again, the organization does welcome further discussion on this, but this is just to give you a overall picture of who we are and kind of our initial reaction to this proposal. And we welcome further discussion on this. And I do want to just give a couple minutes to Rob or Brett if they want to throw anything else in.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. This is Rob Lane. I've been affiliated with the Explorer Post since 1987. Grew up in Westborough, actually a resident of Grafton at the moment and a call firefighter in Westborough. Just to reiterate what Dana had said, the organization is a charitable organization with a mission of providing a youth service to the members of Westborough, and as well as certain surrounding communities that we've had members join from under the provisions of scouting that allow for that. We're certainly not at a point where we don't have funds to be able to operate the program. That's not the point of what Dana was saying. But the thought of relocating facilities, moving physical structures doing site work, doing the engineering, all the permitting and related to that, that's not an insignificant amount of money to be able to do that. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to move that building. The building is a steel structure that could be deconstructed and reconstructed elsewhere, but all the cost of fitting that up, it's more than this organization would be reasonably able to fundraise in a timely manner. So, as Dana said, it would be with a heavy heart if we were to have to end this program, which has been very near and dear to all the adults that Dana mentioned, myself, Dana, Brett, and Dave Romano. I myself have been affiliated with it since 1987. It's ingrained in my DNA, and it's been part of what shaped me into who I am today. And I'd really love for that to remain a fixture in the town for other members who may not fit a mainstream sports or music or drama or some other mainstream after school extracurricular program. It serves a niche. And so as Dana said, we welcome any questions or discussion on the matter, but I would hope that the board would consider allowing the Explorer Post to remain at the spot that it is.
Hello, this is Brett Borglin speaking. I concur with what Dana and Rob said. I graduated from Westborough High in 1976. I've been involved with the Explorer Post as a member in 1972, and I did 8 years in the Coast Guard, but always kept up with the Post when I was back in town, and have been affiliated since. I'm also on the Westborough Fire Department. I'm a lieutenant on the call department. Been doing that for 34 years. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed with what's going on, but I certainly understand the position the town's in with parking. It's always been an issue downtown. I don't think this is going to solve the whole issue, but it is what it is. And I appreciate you folks listening to us, and I appreciate you folks allowing us to be where we are. Thank you.
Dana, are you done with your presentation? Certainly want to open up to the board, but I don't want to enter into that questions for you until you're done.
Yeah, we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn it back over to Alan and Christy, since you were you had really the conversations leading up to this presentation. See if you have anything to kind of add or questions, and then certainly open it up to the rest of the board. I do want to make just a note that some of you may have noticed that Lee Emery is not with us tonight. She had a medical issue. She's okay, but I do have some questions that she has asked me to ask that I'll incorporate into mine. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. So I'll turn it back over to you, Alan. Alan, we can't hear you. Mic's off. Thank you.
Physical button versus the computer button.
Thanks.
I think there's general understanding that, and I believe the board, and hearing the presentation and knowing of the organization, understands that there's a value to the organization, and that the organization provides, and is active in the community and provides a value to community. The sort of the challenge we face now, however, is that at the time, as we learned in our prior conversations, that the land was offered to the Post. There was no municipal need for the land, and there was no foreseen municipal need for the land. And we're at the point now where there's an identified municipal need for the land. And while the recognizing that there's a lot of work involved in moving and some expense, as I mentioned in my opening comments, I'd be interested in hearing what the needs would be relative to a move, and sort of understanding it. I've heard that you feel that having to move could be an existential issue for the post, in part because of the cost of moving. Certainly with 3 years between now and the end of the lease, I'm wondering what we could do to help. Is there expertise the town has that could help mitigate the cost and the issue of the relocation?
So this is Rob. Could the town assist in this? Certainly there are ways, and I know that Alan, you, and Christy have expressed willingness on the part of the town to assist to the extent it's feasible, and we do appreciate that. We'd be looking at acquiring physical land, right? So whatever the size of that site is, looking for something that would best suit the organization as a location downtown. That would be best for the organization. Certainly somewhere within town would be preferable. But I think everyone on the board would appreciate that the cost of land in town is not insignificant. We question whether or not the town would be in a position to be able to do construction services for the organization. I'd question whether you have the ability to, the right to. That feels like it would be a conflict of interest for the town. So there would be, all of the fit up, reconstruction, electrical, plumbing, utilities, site work. That in itself, despite assistance with actual moving of building materials and the like, it feels insurmountable for the organization to be able to absorb.
Okay.
I would like to throw in, if I could, on that, if there was some type of relocation effort, at this point, the post has been through two moves, and the thought of going to another lease situation is not unattractive, because I don't want anybody in the future to have to go through this again.
Yeah. And Selectman Edinburgh, you have noted that at the time that the land was, I don't have the right word for it, but earmarked for the post for the original lease back in 1983, there wasn't a perceived need for that location, and indeed that was a vacant school building with an overgrown playground that was being frequented by vagrant use. Right, there was a lot of drug use and alcohol use out back there, and I think the town welcomed it at the time to have a good productive use. But as we look at where we are right now, we're really talking about a decision between some number of parking spaces is worth displacing, and these are my words, but it's worth displacing a 50-plus-year-old scouting program that serves youth of the community. Right. So how many spaces is worth it in order to displace that organization and potentially it could end that organization. That's the decision that I believe that the board has.
Okay. I guess I would ask if there are other questions or comments for the board,
Yeah.
give other folks a chance to speak.
Yep. Syed, I see you're off mute. Do you want to go first?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
I was
great.
actually very can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So I was actually taken by the presentation the Explorer Post gave, and I just want to highlight a couple of points that really resonated with me. One, the fact that this post was actually the physical building was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, was actually built by the community. It was built by the community on a land that was given to the post by the town. So I think that is something that we need to take into consideration. The other thing is, and Mr. Higginson didn't refer to this in his presentation, but in the written the comments that I had gotten, and Mr. Higginson, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you also have access to emergency equipment. Am I not getting that correct? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so we have acquired over the years equipment, both vehicles as well as utility equipment, trailers and generators, as well as lighting, a whole host of other equipment that is used for the benefit of Westborough at large scale incidents, as well
Right,
as
so in case of
surrounding communities.
Right. So in case of like major thunderstorms or something, you know, especially as climate change ramps up, that equipment is available to us. Am I getting that correct, sir?
Yes,
You are
absolutely.
correct.
All
So
right, and
just
then
an example of that, this is Brett speaking, just an example of that, when Hurricane Gloria came through, we had a program set up with the Post that they could reach out and call us, and we would provide generator power to the residents of Westborough at 4 hours a whack, so they could get their refrigerator and freezers back up to snuff. We did over 22 houses in Westborough during that incident. Those are kind of the things that
Yeah.
through.
Yeah, I'd also highlight, we look back to some more recent tropical storms. We powered the freezers and refrigerators at the food pantry to keep them from spoiling. We powered the MEMA communications bunker during a tropical storm. The Post has the Post has certain functions at the fire scene. One is to provide air pack refilling. Another is to provide scene lighting to the extent the department needs either of those. And all of that equipment is available for the use of the town.
all right. And then the other question or comment that I would just make, and I say this, is that, I say this as, I guess, quote unquote, the landlord, that, as a landlord, we displaced this tenant. And correct me if I'm wrong, sir, you were displaced for approximately 2 years. Would that be correct? Would that be a correct time frame for you? Is that right?
Yeah, it was a little bit more than 2 years when we had no access. We had a temporary structure that we erected at the DPW, and we thank the town for the ability to do so. We incurred somewhere around $19,000 worth of costs. The town did purchase that structure from us, and so there was about a $12,000 loss that we had taken on it for that time period. That's
right. So
yes.
I guess my concern is, and my concern is, I just, I think as a, I'm just speaking for myself here, not speaking for the board. I think that as a, I'm just speaking for myself. I think that the standard is higher for the town, that we should be, we should set a higher standard. I'm just concerned that, we had a tenant, we displaced that tenant. Sorry, let me just start from the very beginning. We have a tenant that we somewhat, while we didn't commit, we gave them a lease for 25 years or so. They built, based on community funds, a structure there that has served the community and their organization. We then displaced this tenant for a period of 2 years. We disrupted their power supply and whatever else. I think that these are things that we as a board should, these things sit heavily with me. I'll just stop there.
Okay. And just to clarify the conversation as part of the lease, there is no rent with this lease, or is it $1 per year or $1 for the 5 years? So this is not, a landlord-tenant relationship. By not charging any rent for the property, the town is acknowledged subsidizing the operation and the operating budget of the organization, which the organization sees is critical to their survival. A couple of things I think worth clarification. It's in the information in the packet at this point. And I'm not questioning the community service that the Post does in any way, but with respect to the relationship between the Post and the town, right now there is no operating relationship between the Post and the town. And we know that Chief Purcell has met with the Post to talk about the mission and modifying the mission. but currently right now, the Explorer post is not part of any standard call procedures for fires or other emergencies. The nature of the fire service in Westborough has changed over the last several years, from one in which when a larger incident happened, call department off-duty firefighters would be recalled, to one with mutual aid, now one with automatic aid from other neighboring communities and communities within the District 14 fire service. And so, well, there have been, in fact, I know Christy reached out to Chief Purcell. Since Chief Purcell's been chief, our understanding is that the post has been activated once, which was to provide lighting for a police investigation and accident reconstruction effort with the town and state police on Route 30, involving a collision with a school bus, I believe. And so the question in my mind is this isn't, isn't the question for the board, I don't believe, is the organization more valuable than 15 to 18 parking spaces. The question is the relationship and the integration of the organization with the town, and that relationship warrant the town having it on its property and subsidizing its operation and giving it treatment that is far above and beyond what we provide for other nonprofits in town. Rotary Club provides volunteers and technical assistance for most of the community events on the Common and for the 4th of July parade. They provide golf cart rides to help people get from the parking lot in the high school into the polling place. We're not providing the Rotary Club with office space to run their organization and subsidizing their operation or funding their operation in any way. The Civic Club, the Garden Club, the Women's Club, many other nonprofit organizations do yeoman's work and extensive work in many ways in supporting the town, the community, and other partner nonprofits and other organizations. And those organizations don't benefit from a subsidy from the town and support in a special arrangement in any way. And so I think the question is, the town has a municipal need for the space. Is the relationship between this independent nonprofit and the town warrant continued, special or unique treatment relative what the town is doing with other nonprofits, and even with other nonprofits that have occupied town space, who we're also communicating with about vacating those spaces.
So, Alan, this is Brett Borglund speaking. Just a comment on the town thing. So back in 1976, the Board of Selectmen named the Explorer Post 85 the Westborough Fire Auxiliary. So I think there's a little bit of a connection there, being a quasi-town, so to speak, group. I don't understand. I don't know all the particulars about that. I was in high school at the time, and I'm not sure who oversees the auxiliary, or even if the selectmen even know that we're the auxiliary.
Yeah, if I may, and I don't know if this is out of order for me to respond back. Selectman Marshall, you can tell me if it's okay.
No, I'm sort of, this is healthy discussion, so please.
Okay, thank you. So there were elements of what Selectman Edinburgh had said that I think have some factual issues within them. The Explorer Post, as a separate organization from the fire department, may have had an activation for the call that was referenced with lighting for accident scene reconstruction work up on Route 30. That is true that had occurred. And that's not the only time when the post itself had been solely called during that time period, although it is infrequent that situation occurs. However, the Explorer Post has standing instructions with the fire department that when there is what is referred to as an all call, and this has since been modified by the chief to be a working fire, but for a portion of his tenure. And most recently, when there's a working fire, the post responds to those working fires and provides on-scene support, and that is what we do. With regards to any working relationship with the fire department, we believe that we're operating under what is standard protocol with the department, with the chief. After the chief had been installed in his current position, we did meet with the chief to discuss our role. That was interaction that the post initiated, and subsequent to that, we have not received any request for modification through a meeting with the chief that I'm aware of. So we believe that we're continuing to operate in that supporting role, a role that I know that Brett had noted was established back in 1976. It was actually 1974, but be that as it may, through a proclamation or a vote of the Board of Selectmen at the time. So I think it would be incorrect for this board to assume that this has over the last, I don't know how many years Chief Purcell has been chief, 5 years, 6 years, that there's been only one activation of the post. That's not true.
And also, if I could add, this is Brett speaking, that we were also activated for the downtown fire in Northborough. We've been called to other towns to provide our equipment for mutual aid. We've gone as far as Northbridge.
Yeah, so just to echo, this is Dana speaking, just to echo what Rob and Brett were saying, I've been on 2 recent activations, one at Arrive Apartments, formerly Fountainhead, for a fire they had there, as well as Orchard Hill development up off of Adams Street. And I personally interacted with Chief Purcell. So he knew the Explorer Force was there. He knew why we were there. So I think there may have been a miscommunication, because there's an activation, as Rob alluded to. There can be an activation of the post specifically, but we also have over the years activated with the fire department for automatic responses. And those are the calls that Rob was talking about.
So Dana, if I may, during that particular incident that you're referring to, which sounds like it's more recent, was that including the high school members of the post or the advisors of the post?
Both.
Okay, both. So I do have a couple questions, and I want to be sensitive to the time on the agenda, as well as what I feel like is necessary further discussion. Before I ask my questions, Ann, do you have any that you want to ask? Or do you want me to go? I just don't.
No, I not really questions. Just a couple of comments, and I think as Rob and Dan and Brett know, from an operations standpoint, and the role in scouting. I mean, scouting's been a huge part of my life, still is. Not through exploring, but through traditional Boy Scouting. It still remains that. And for me, this is being fully transparent on the board. This was, I fully respect the programs. This is not to me about operations, programs, whatever. My thinking as a board member here, as we've gone through over the past few years, thinking about downtown parking, looking to put parking at the Spur House, which would have helped us, and the library, and that being deemed by the town not to be the proper use of that property. And then most recently, as we were looking at the potential purchase of 9 Grove Street, and looking at did we want to go to the town and ask for roughly $600,000 to purchase a property and build a parking lot, when we have municipal property today that, albeit absolutely understand everything that Rob and Dana and Brett are bringing here, and I don't take this lightly, and hopefully you guys realize that but really trying to look at my role here as representative of the town and trying to do what's best for the town, and saying, we have a need for parking. We have municipal space that is not something that we have to purchase downtown, that is adjacent to the building that I agree when it was first leased and provided to the Explorer Post was a vacant lot in a vacant school building. But it's really that discussion of what do we do as a town to fulfill the needs that we have presently. And I think that's where this, and my personal take on asking to, have these discussions and work with the Post and figure out if there's ways to do it, because I do think that's something that if we need to go to town and ask for them to purchase property to put parking downtown, I know that personally the question that's come to me many times is, well, what's the deal with the Explorer Post? Is that town property? Does the Post own that property? And, that's the answer to the question that we have to ask. And, this was the process to do that. And I think that's why, we've come forward, started this discussion early. This is not by any means the end of the discussion. I think that, there's more to be done here, and hopefully we come to what works out to, kind of the best solution that works for the Post and the town in the situation. So no questions at this point, Chair Marshall, but I just wanted to say those few words. So thank you.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions, but I do want to echo in what you just said, and that is, I think this is the start of that conversation. Certainly information that's been presented here has made me ask more questions, which I'll just, in the interest of time at this point, I'm going to hold off, because I think there's some need for probably work that the board should support, starting with a conversation with Chief Purcell. I think having a conversation with the chief, because there's clearly, in my mind, a disconnect from the information that was just presented toward the end of this presentation by Mr. Higginson and what we have received. And so I think I've never been a member of public services. I've never been an Explorer member. So I don't I understand some of the terms that are being used, but I think we need to really fully understand the role of the Explorer Post as it relates to our public safety mission, vision, and actual execution today. And that is not clear to me today after this presentation. So I think we have some work to do to understand that. And I think that what I have, I know that the Post is well respected. I've worked with members of the Post on some of the community events, and it's always been a positive interaction. And I think you don't get to be a 53-year-old organization without a mission and work that's interesting and engaging for youth. And so I don't think anyone here is I think there's an appreciation for that. But I also think that we have to sort of go back to the fundamental piece of how is the kind of the work or the value to the town, if you will, different than other similar community organizations. And when I say similar, meaning other nonprofits, other similar youth or just volunteer organizations that provide services or to the community. So I don't think we've quite answered sort of that, how the Post is different. So we need to go a little further there. I am curious to understand, given what your current membership is of high school students.
Yeah, so currently we have 5 active members.
Okay.
You know, as I said before, part of the issue that prefaces that answer is that we've had a huge impact on our ability to recruit new members in the last couple of years because of the situation. And then COVID obviously did not help that. One of the recruitment efforts that we do every year is between the time that the seniors get done with school and the rest of the school population gets done. In the springtime, we always go down, or we have gone down several years, down to the Gibbons School during lunchtime and explain to folks down there what we do and, joining. Obviously, we're not able to do that this year.
Yeah, no, life has changed for everyone for sure. I do know that you've spoken to you were able to erect a temporary structure. I think we need to press on a little bit more understanding kind of as we think about this holistically, the cost that the post has incurred. There were a couple of things that were mentioned. Again, I'm not asking for that now, but as we revisit this about, electrical and gas issues, were there expenses there that the post incurred? I'm not asking you to answer it now. I would want to understand that as a result of the construction. It's my understanding you were able to get a temporary structure though at DPW. Certainly there was a cost to doing that, but you did have alternative meeting space in essence, right?
So for alternative meeting space, we were utilizing the building for months in which we were able to do it without heat. We had secured the rights through an abutter to be able to enter from Grove Street.
Yep, I remember that.
Yep. And when it was really cold, we had the good fortune of the Congregational Church allowing us to be able to use their hall for certain meetings. But it definitely changed the tenor of the meetings that we had. So our meetings consist of general business followed by a training exercise every Tuesday night. And that training exercise is generally based on the equipment that we have, and the requirement to be able to hold a meeting, then drive to the DPW, which was not suitable for having a meeting. It had an impact on what we were able to do, during that time period.
And do you conduct that training normally under normal conditions, pre-construction? Is that training done mostly on site, right behind the Forbes building, or is it taking the equipment and going elsewhere?
So it's a combination. The majority of it is occurring within that site, but we will travel to a location to do. We'll set up lights or set up temporary structures so that members have a more realistic experience, which is better for their training.
Okay, and just back to the members' question: are girls permitted to be part of your organization?
They currently are not, and that's something that we are going to be addressing. And this is a topic that's a difficult one for the post. Under scouting rules, you have to have 2 deep leadership, and when you have females, when you have co-ed, you have to have a leader of each sex. And we have always had a policy of having adults who have an association with the fire service, and they're fantastic emergency service personnel that are female, some of the best that we've ever seen. Unfortunately, there's only about 4% of the population that are female, so the pool of adults to be able to pull from is limited for us. And for us to have a response requirement to the town that's at a moment's notice, it makes it difficult for us to be able to staff that. Right, but we are actively as an organization discussing it, and we have intentions of, if we're able to continue, to make this a co-ed program, which is challenging, but we're committed to doing that.
So I think I mentioned earlier that Selectman Emery is not able to join us tonight. Her comments were not so much around, or excuse me, she didn't so much have questions as just her concerns about really understand kind of the benefits of the organization as it relates to the value to the town. So we've sort of talked about that over and over again versus kind of, if you will, the cost that the town is incurring in some way to not have that land available for other uses, primarily parking. She did have a question about the number of members, which we've answered. And although she did want to know, are all the members residents of Westborough?
So we have two members who are not residents of Westborough. And this is something that has come up in past discussions.
Okay.
In fact, I have communication from the prior town manager who had displeasure over the fact that we had members from outside of the town of Westborough. Scouting provides for members to come from other towns, and our operation is consistent with that.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, if I could on that, when we pull membership from out of town, it's mutually beneficial because obviously we're providing a organizational opportunity for that member who may not happen to live in Westborough, but they're providing services to Westborough. So even though they don't live here, they're providing to the community for that. And the other comment on that is because of the way we've operated over the years, and there's been some years where we automatically go with the fire department if they go out of town. That's not the case right now. But we could be called to other communities. Brett brought up Northborough. One of those members is from Northborough. So he's providing benefit to Westborough and occasionally may provide benefit back to his town.
Okay. All right. So, I think that just to follow up on Selectman Emery's comments, I think that, understanding, are there, as any organization, that has existed and provided services to a community, we all have to adapt and change. Is there a new opportunity within the town that the Post could provide? And I think that that's kind of where the suggestion to have further conversation with our chief and to include Selectman Edinburgh and Ms. Williams, I think that that's where we need to go next, because there are lots of lingering questions, and unfortunately we don't have time to go through them all here. But I would recommend that as a next step. I'm seeing nods from the board. And Syed, are you nodding on your phone?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I agree.
Okay, great. Okay, well, sort of being that it is 7:25 and I've put us way behind schedule, although for really important dialogue, I want to thank, just one second, Alan. I want to thank Mr. Lane, Mr. Higginson, Mr. Borglund for being on and for giving us the information and your time and for your continued service to the community in many, many, many ways. Alan, I'll give you the closing one on this.
Just in, closing, one aspect of background information that is the public is listening to. One of the aspects that makes this situation, this relationship, a little more complex is that typically Explore Posts, the sponsoring organization, is the service with which they're working with. Where in this instance, the history of the Post as an independent organization was somewhat unique. I believe from the information provided that it started out, the initial sponsoring organization was the Knights of Columbus Post 85, hence the Post 85 moniker, and more recently, the Westborough Professional Firefighters Association. And so some of the natures of the rules of how the sponsoring organization or the fire department works with the Post are slightly different. than the boilerplate templates for Explorer posts. So I also want to say that I appreciate the time and effort and information that's been provided by the members of the post. And I understand that this is a difficult and apparently terrifying discussion to be having with the town as far as your organization. Having been the founding member of founding board and member and director of a nonprofit here in town, I understand the concern and the allegiance and the sensitivity to the health and well-being of your organization. So I look forward to continue learning and understanding conversations as we work forward on the issue. So thank you very much for being responsive and assistive in this process.
Thanks, Ellen. Christy, so if you would work with the members of the post on that coordination of that meeting with the chief, that would be great, to include Alan as well. Thank you. All right. We're going to move some items here on the agenda around a little bit. We do have a guest on the call that is with Ty and Bond. And so I'm going to move to the agenda item that was scheduled for 7 o'clock, which is discussion vote to approve and execute the activity and use limitation documents for 42 to 50 Milk Street or the fire department. And I'm going to step away and turn some lights on. I could use the post right now. So Christy, why don't you get started?
So as the board is aware, when we built the new fire station, we knew that there was contamination in that property, and so the town at the time had hired Ty and Bond to do work in monitoring and also to do a closeout report to the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection. So we are wrapping up that work, and so Todd Curtin is actually on the call. The board needs to approve the documents and sign off on them so they can be submitted. And so you have all the documents in your packet, but Todd, I don't know if you want to give a summary for the public of what those documents are. The board can move forward.
Sure. Thanks, Christy, and thank you, board. So the documents that we're looking to file onto the property deed is an activity use limitation. It was something that was pretty well known that was going to be more than likely needed prior to the building being built. There was not an activity use limitation on the property prior to that. The site was closed out. The release was closed out. It used to be what was called the former VARC property. It was closed out without an AUL. Because there was some delay with the new fire station and the plans for it. So, but we always knew that there would have to be mitigation measures built into the new construction, which were done, and the sampling that was done after construction, which included soil gas beneath the building, as well as indoor air. What basically is the outcome of all that is that there's what's called a passive venting system there. It does not require an active fan or blower to keep the air circulating in that capacity. That's the next level up. So it is not required, is not needed. But the existence of the passive system with the venting pipe that's underneath the building, the air intake pipes that were built into the side of the building, and the venting system goes up to the roof. Those have to stay intact. No more sampling is required. The AUL is really it's I think it's just focused on two things: to keep that system in place, and if there's any change in the if there's like new utilities have to go in, and because there's a vapor barrier as well with the slab itself, and there was a vapor barrier built into that system in addition to the concrete. If there's anything that's done that's going to not damage it, or damage it, but to any construction work, it would have to be put back in, and then there have to be testing done again. So that's one item that's a requirement. Secondly, is that there's any new construction on the property, which is probably pretty unlikely, because this AUL extends onto the parking lot area. It was a very interesting project in the sense of the tanks that were found throughout the course of this work that were unknown. And there was actually a separate release on the old fire station property, but we sort of tied that in, closed it out, and basically are saying that if there's ever any construction on that part of the parcel, that would have to also be like a vapor mitigation system would also have to be part of that new construction. So that's probably one of those unlikely things that's not going to happen, I don't think, in the near future. And then any change of use, the current use as a fire station is considered a commercial industrial type use versus a residential, even though that there's the fire personnel has living quarters there, but they're not there 7 days a week, living there, every day, 365 days a year. But if it ever got converted into a residential property or a daycare, there would just have to be further evaluation to see if that could be, it could happen. So, and again, I don't think these are kind of things are going to happen in the near future, at least with this new fire station. So that's it. It goes on the property deed. There's the form is pretty. The form 1075 is set up exactly the way Mass DEP requires it. So there's only certain sections of that you fill in, and then the case the narrative that's attachment C is just more discussion on what's happened here. Why is this needed? And again, the bigger not again, but one thing that held it up a little bit until more recently was in 2019, the two lots were combined. That was a big piece to make it easier to put this on the deed and as a one property on the plan of land for that property. So that's what we're planning on recording, and that will close everything out.
So the motion that you have before you is to approve the documents and to authorize the chair to sign the documents.
So I would move to approve the activity and use limitation, AUL, for 42 to 50 Milk Street, and further to authorize Selectman Shelby Marshall to execute the AUL and all associated documents.
Selectman Johnson seconds it.
Thank you. Discussion?
No.
Nope.
Thanks for the hard work.
Yeah.
It's nice to bring this to closure.
Yes, finally, yes. Thank you.
It is. Great. Okay, I'll call for a vote then. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4-0 for being present. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. See if we can, Christy, can we cover the town classification plan as a
What
quick
about
item?
Gary Kelly's appointment? It was at 7, right?
Yeah, he's, Sela's going to call him back. We've asked for him to just hold for a minute. Christy, could you, thank you, Syed. Could you speak to the classification plan?
Yes, so the board updates the town classification plan. We've had sort of several actions over the past couple of years that have sort of updated the classification plan on its own. So one of them is really just pulling it up here, the adoption of the new non-union compensation schedule. So a lot of the updates that you see in yellow are just a result of us going, with a different compensation structure. And so you'll also see that some of the things are crossed out because there are positions that we don't use anymore. We don't have a personnel board, so we've eliminated that administrative assistant. We actually don't pay the school building committee admin, the school does, so we've taken that off. There's a couple other positions on here that we don't use. We also have some that are in blue, which are updates that have happened over time. and I can go through some of them. Actually, some of them you actually did have votes on that I found after I had shared this with you. But we're really just trying to clean up the classification plan to how we currently pay people. A lot of these things have come through very specifically in the budget process. Others have been before the board in the form of updating job descriptions. So the only change on here that's not currently in place is the changing of the buildings and the ground supervisor to facilities director, and upgrading the job classification from the H schedule to the S schedule. And that's something that would be new for this fiscal year. It's something that we did present during the budget process. The board did vote to support that budget. And so that the cost of that change is just over $3,000, and that was all included in the budget that was approved at town meeting. So I'm asking that the board approve this in whole, so that we can sort of start fresh as we're starting to look through all of our personnel documents and make sure that everything reflects current practices and that everything's really in there. And the only thing that I would add is that in the building department, on the classification plan that you received, did not have the under electrical inspector did not have the classification or the number of hours. So that classification is classification H4 under our new compensation schedule, and it's 28 hours a week as was approved in the FY20 budget.
Okay.
And Chris,
Good.
it's one personnel as well, right?
Yes, sorry. Yep, just one person.
Okay. Any other questions for Christy? Have a motion?
Move to approve the classification plan as presented
With the changes to the electrical inspector.
with the changes noted to the electrical inspector.
Thank you.
And I will second that, Selectman Johnson.
Part of the presentation.
Okay. Any discussion by the board? Okay. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. Okay, great. I want to welcome the Board of Health. We have one more agenda item. We're waiting for Mr. Kelly to come back on here so we can appoint him. He was patient enough to wait while we got through that last discussion. So while we're waiting for him to join, Christy, just confirm we're not doing Belknap, correct?
We're not doing Belknap. You could do the CPA if you want.
Okay. I was actually going to go to the dispatch contract.
Yeah.
Okay. If you would, please.
Yeah,
So-
Kim's actually going to present that.
Okay, great. Kim, you're on.
Sure, thank you. There are only a few minor changes from the last version of the contract that you saw. This one, nothing substantive in terms of the agreement that was reached between the town and the union, so nothing monetary, no significant language changes. If you remember, the dispatchers used to be under the patrol contract. We found a few more references that were specific to patrol officers. We also renumbered and relabeled portions of the table of contents. So really, again, nothing substantive. It's just cleaned up. Some of the language was just made consistent. So wanted to just bring it back for your final vote.
Thank you very much.
I'd move to approve and execute the contract in the town of Westborough and the dispatcher union for fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 22.
I second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Alan?
Yes.
Ian?
Johnson, yes.
Syed?
Yes.
And Marshall, yes. 400 for being present. Thank you very much. And I see Mr. Kelly has joined us. So we'll cover this last item and then we'll, Dr. Walsh will move to open the meeting. So thank you for your team's patience. So welcome to the meeting, Mr. Kelly. Thank you for being flexible with your time. Just to bring everyone back, this was an earlier item on the agenda to let everyone know the Westborough Spirit Committee has one open seat, and Gary Kelly has requested appointments to the seat. He provided a letter of interest to the board and is here to introduce himself. I'll give you a minute and a half if you need that long to introduce yourself. There you go, you're on. And why do you want to be part of the Spirit Committee?
I'm Gary Kelly. Thank you for the time tonight. I do appreciate it. Roberta Sylvester Brown asked me if I would participate with her on the Spirit Committee. And it's something that I find intriguing from the standpoint of helping the town. I lived in the town for 23 years. I'm not a townie. I came from Cleveland. Sorry about that. The Cleveland jokes can go on afterwards. And I think it's important. I love the things that go on in the town, like the stuff that Jen Kirkland does with events. I've always tried to be supportive of things around the holiday stroll or the winter stroll. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Westborough. I love the town and what goes on, and I want to be able to help in a different way. That's it. Under a minute.
Excellent. A time saver. Do I have a motion?
You do. I move to appoint Gary Kelly to the Westborough Spirit Committee for a term ending June 30th, 2021.
And I'll second that.
Christy, you were about to say something?
Yeah, so I just wanted the board to be aware, confirm, I guess, that Mr. Hellig does not live in town. And so I just want the board to be aware, because under our bylaws, you can have people from outside of town be part of our boards and committees as long as the appointing authority is aware and understands that they're bringing something of sort of interest and experience to the committee.
I recognize that, and I appreciate that, but I do own property in Westborough, and that's a bit of an oddity. And anyone that would like to explore the bees that I have up on Route 9 would be great.
Thank you, Gary. Syed, you were about to say something?
No, Mr. Kelly is a tremendous asset to our community, and he'll be a tremendous asset to this committee. He is the spirit of Westborough, but in a sense, so we're glad to have him on board.
Yeah, I would echo that. I've had the pleasure of working with Gary on a number of projects through Rotary, through Westborough Connects, and he has many talents. So he'll be a great addition to the Spirit Committee. So we have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 4-0 being present. Thank you, Gary, for joining us. Have a great evening, unless you'd like to stay on and listen.
No, I'm actually in the middle of something, so thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, great.
Thanks for your patience, Gary.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Super. Okay, I want to welcome the Board of Health. Thank you for being patient as we work through a couple of those items and try to catch up on our agenda this evening. So this is a joint meeting with the Board of Health, and Dr. Walsh, welcome.
Thank you for having us. We were hoping to get a week off, but we are more than happy to be here to help support Westborough. So thank you for having us.
We couldn't help it, right? So welcome. And we have some other folks on the phone, but I'm going to, Christy, who wants to introduce this topic? And we have other members. So just for the public's benefit, we have our Chief of Police, Jeff Laurie, and our Director of Recreation, Jen Kirkland, is on to help as we talk through this particular item. So, Tim or Christy, you got it. Okay, thank you.
Mohammed reached out to different town staff last week about having a celebration of the end of Ramadan and holding that celebration in Westborough. We haven't allowed a lot of functions in Westborough because of COVID. And certainly as the state has started to open up, we have talked in these meetings with the Board of Health about the importance of us following the state guidelines and doing the reopening. This event is projected to be a significant event in that we're looking at upwards of, I believe, 2,000 people. And so we've brought in everyone that would typically be involved. So the Board of Health certainly talking to Mohammed about the importance of social distancing and whether or not this event is even allowed under the governor's guidelines. The event is proposed to take place at the state hospital. So we have Jen and we talked to the Rec Commission about the use of that area and specifically about the parking and how that would work. And then we have Chief Laurie and also Chief Purcell, who's involved, but he's away this week, about, just sort of crowd safety and traffic and things like that. So everyone's on the call. I think all of us have been in touch with Mohammed to relay our concerns so we don't surprise him. But I don't know if he wants to start by just presenting the event, anything that I missed.
Mr. Ramzan.
You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Ramzan, welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting. Thank you for joining us. And yes, if you would please start by introducing yourself and certainly to all the members here and to the community, and then tell us about the event that is proposed.
Thank you, Shelby. My name is Mohammed Ramzan. I'm a Westborough resident. I'm a physician who works at UMass Medical Center, and currently a volunteer as the president of Worcester Islamic Center. In that capacity, actually, I'm addressing here. So, Christy, thank you very much for inviting me. And then thank you to Board of Health, Board of Selectmen, the Fire and Police Department, the Rec Department for honestly listening and hearing out that what we are planning and what we have to say. One correction, which what Christy, I think that was a typo in the error in the email, that this is not end of Ramadan celebration. This is called Eid, E-I-D, Eid. We have two major events of Eid in the year. One is at end of Ramadan, so you are very right. It is corresponding to that. The other one is to the Abrahamic faith of doing pilgrimage to Mecca, and this is the congruent and coinciding with that. So this is our second event. Our first event, we could not do it because of the COVID pandemic. But as our state was moving along with phase 1, phase 2, and now phase 3 reopening, we were somewhat excited that maybe we can do something for our community. So obviously we went through the process. I must acknowledge before going further that Bruce Trader, your ex-selectman, he was very instrumental for helping me and navigating me through this process. I'm really, in his absentia, I want to just acknowledge his help and support for really helping me to navigate the process. So the plan is to have a celebration in the form of a service, which we do from 30 to 45 minutes maximum. But mainly the parking, people will be coming, driving there, and obviously people living there. That is the main area of time consumption and also the logistical need for all of us. But the main event itself will not be long enough that we need any special arrangements otherwise. And as you all know that, indoor is very limited. We have been very careful, even reopening our Worcester Islamic Center, where normally we will be having the prayer for 3,000 to 4,000 people, a service over there. But in this case, we are going to do outdoor because indoor obviously is, first of all, it's not safe. If we have to do multiple events, and then in between we have to do cleaning and disinfection. Whereas outdoor, as the governor's order allows us, that if it is an unenclosed space, then you have no limit and you can go out. And as long as we observe all the parameters of social distancing, covering the face mask. Being a physician, I can't emphasize our mandate to our community more than what we have been discussing. I have been proactive to talk to the chief of police to get his input that how the parking area can be utilized, what sort of a need there will be, and then Board of Health also. I've been in touch with Christy also. So we have some plans in place, but obviously practically when it comes, that's when we have to execute in a proper way without compromising any safety of our town or all the community members which will be coming there. There are many Westborough residents who are excited to hear that their town will be hosting this event. And hopefully once it's executed and done properly and it is over, we all will be feeling better and proud that we were able to host this in a very nice and organized manner. We don't know exactly how many people will show up, I must say. Normally, as I said, we have 3,000 to 4,000 participants, but in this case, the problem is that there are many elderly which currently do not come to the center because we have asked them not to come. Many of our women do not come to the center. Many of the children do not come to the center because of the current COVID pandemic, and we have put some number of attendees restriction also. Whereas outdoor, we can apply that if needed, but obviously there is no need for that as mandated by law. So we are hoping that this will be a wonderful event to celebrate outside It will be a quick event, and most of the needs will be, I will say, parking, and that's where I'm working closely with our chief, Jeff, who have been very supportive. So I hope I provided you enough of the background, but then I will open the forum for any discussions, anything concerns which people may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramzan. So at this point in time, I see Dr. Ehrlich's hand is up. So I'm going to have the Board of Health, why don't you kind of take it, and then we'll go around with questions and comments.
That's good. So I think that both Steve and I have some comments, but Alan, if you want to go first, that's fine.
Yeah, before I get to comments, I just have some questions about learning a little bit more about this. So can you elaborate for us what exactly happens as part of the festival? And in particular, what I'm curious about, is this mostly a celebration, or is there a religious component with, let's say, prayers? And if there are prayers, is there singing or loud shouting, or other things that may be associated with increased risk from people exhaling forcefully?
Excellent. No, this is, I should say, this is a religious service actually. There is no singing involved over there. So just to walk you through the event, people will be coming to park there. They'll be coming with their families. So obviously men, women, and children, they'll be all there. And then we actually sit down on our own prayer record, which will be mandated with a distance of 6 feet. So we make lines basically on the grass over there. Then our imam, which is our like a rabbi or a pastor or leader, who will be standing there. So before we start that, we will be most likely inviting some of the officials, whether it will be governor or it will be congressman, obviously our town of Westborough officials. We will invite them to say a few words, welcome them, a couple of minutes update to the community about our current state and services. Then imam will be talking about like 10-15 minutes. So the whole service itself of talking maybe 20 to 30 minutes. After that, we have like standing in lines for 5 minutes to offer the prayer, and then everybody is dismissed after that. So there's no loud singing, there's no food involved. People will just gather to offer their prayer together, because we cannot do this together on an Eid otherwise. But by default, the day itself is a celebration. So people will then go to their families and some to the friends as an outdoor activities and celebrate at their homes or wherever they want to celebrate. But this will be more like a congregation to offer the prayers together.
Did you have
I
any
hope I explained the process.
You did. I might have particular questions later about that, but I think more or less I have a good understanding there. I can ask more questions, Nathan, but I want to get that clarification going first. So go ahead. You feel free to chime in.
I just wanted to explain some of the complexity that the Board of Health has to deal with. We're trying to follow the state versions of all the different regulations that they've put forward. They tend to release things piecemeal, and then they have overlapping guidance where when they give more specific sector-specific guidance, it overrules some of the general guidance. And so we're trying to make sure that, two things happen, that we're in full compliance and that the event happens safely. And so we want to make sure that if this event goes forward, that we can ensure that both of those things happen. And so I think that you're right in terms of some of the general guidance, and that the outdoor activities, there's a lot less restrictions on, but there have been some sector-specific guidance. So for things like outdoor activities that relate to sports, there's a whole set of overriding documents that appear that deal with outdoor sports. For entertainment or for large venues, there's also some overlapping guidance as well. And so right now, one of the things that the board is working with in terms of trying to interpret these guidances is that there's some guidance out there that says that there's a limit of 100 people per event, and even outdoors. And that's on top of regulations about there can only be a maximum of 8 people per 1,000 square feet. So I think the area is actually quite large that we're looking at. So I don't think we're going to hit the 8-person per 1,000 square feet limit, although I might be wrong there. I think the more concerning one that we're dealing with is the 100-person per event. So what we've done, we've asked the Department of Labor standards and also the Massachusetts Department of Public Health to give us very specific feedback about this particular event. Because the way their first when we first described this to them, their first response was, it sounds like it's an event, and based on that, it's limited to 100 people. And we asked them to go back and look at it and see if it, if that truly is the case, instead of just kind of letting them get by with a first pass analysis. So we can continue the discussion as to what you might need to do if they come back and say that it is, would be allowed with a larger capacity. But I do want to kind of upfront say that right now it's looking like the state in this phase 3, step 1 is saying that large venues are not allowed right now. So Alan, do you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, so again, I have looked at that, and I know you were on the call, and I was not on that call, but looking at the documents, it's not clear to me that this event would fall under the types of events that have been specified as limited to 100 people. So I do think we have to get some clarification, but I'm willing to proceed tonight, at least on the basis that that may not be the case. And so let's figure out, if it was possible to hold, what would be the issues involved.
I agree
now,
that it's worth going forward as well,
yep,
to ask those questions as well.
Okay, now you raised the issue of thinking we're not going to hit the 8 people per 1,000 square feet limitation. That's not as clear to me.
Okay.
That's the case. I did sort of a back of the envelope calculation, which said that that space probably, if you go with that figure, and that figure of 8 per 1,000 square feet is more social distancing than putting people 6 feet apart. But if you go with that figure, I estimated you could probably get about 1,500 people in that space using that figure, which leads me to several more questions for Mr. Ramzan, or Dr. Ramzan, I should say. The next question I have is it possible to hold this event as separate events, let's say one in the morning, one in the afternoon, so you decrease the number of people present at one time? I'll give you a second question while you ponder that one. The other question is, you said you don't know how many people are going to show up. And I know in other situations, and I'm working with another group in Westborough, considering similar things of having outdoor services. The notion is that people would have to sign up in advance to come. And so that way you have a fixed number of how many people will be there. Again, if you do it multiple times, fine, but that it's not just an unlimited number. And again, are these things that you have already thought about? And what's your response to those questions?
So let me first, I would address the earlier question about the limit, just so that we can share and we are on the same page. So just before coming to the meeting, I did my research, because Steve shared with me a link, and I was also surprised there was something which was precluding, so clearly. But then I forwarded him the email, which in fact from governor's office, which clearly says, I will read those words, the sentence: this order does not apply to outdoor unenclosed gatherings if proper social distancing measures are possible. So this was, I highlighted.
You could continue reading that next sentence though.
This is the sentence after the 100 people, then they ended that paragraph that way.
So,
I believe it's
so that was one.
This order does not supersede any of the sector-specific guidance, I think is the next sentence.
Oh, you want me to? Yes. Yeah. So, but the thing is that I was reading this order 44, which is in front of me. This is the order 54 from governor, which is the latest one, as far as I could see on their website. So order 44, actually on page 3, under I think it's 2A, for the outdoor gathering, again revised the same thing, which I actually did email to Steve also, and to Christy and those who were on the initial email chain. And I'm sure Steve will share with all of you. And again, it specifically says that outdoor gatherings that are not subject to the capacity limitations above, such as those in a park or backyard or athletic field or parking lot, are permitted, provided that type of gathering is not prohibited in section 2B. And section 2B talks about few specifics, and we do not fall under that. I don't want to prolong that.
Our director of public health would like to get a word in too.
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Ramzan. I have the same order here. Thank you for sending that. I think, as Nathan had said, it's very confusing. And I think if you look on page 3, and I hate to tell you this, but I think what you need to look at is a gathering, the definition of a gathering, which is the second paragraph down. A gathering in permitting space is any gathering that is required to receive a permit from a state or municipal authority. So I think we would agree that this fits that classification. If you turn it over, the last sentence, outdoor gathering is enclosed, permitted, or leased spaces are limited to 25% of the maximum permitted occupancy of the facility. And it goes on to say that it either you have 8 persons per 1,000 square feet and never more than 100 persons in a single outdoor space that is enclosed, permitted, or leased. So if this is a permitted gathering, then according to this, if it's an enclosed, permitted, or leased, you cannot have more than 100 people.
I think it's the definition, and obviously we can go in different.
Well, that's just my take on it.
Yeah, very true.
So I think that I would like to put aside the question of is it limited to people for right now, because I think that's an issue that we've actually actively asked the state for guidance on, and they're going to give us some guidance. So I don't think that's something we should try to solve here. I would rather focus on the plan for how you're going to do this and whether you've thought of everything you've needed and whether you can get it all done in time for the event. I think that's what I'd like to hear focused on.
And Dr. Walsh, I think Dr. Ramzan was responding to Dr. Ehrlich's 2 questions about split sessions, if you will, and the ability to sign up in advance. And then I know Chief Laurie has a comment after that response.
Excellent.
So 2 things I must share with you. So currently we are actually implementing that exactly online registration. So normally we will have on a Friday gathering, we will have 800 people, sometimes 1,000 people who will come for the prayer. Currently we have restricted because of the enclosed space. And because the enclosed space normally would allow only 25 people, but then religious gatherings are permitted. That nowadays it was 40% initially, now 50%, but we restricted to the 250 because 200 in one area and 50 in another area. And we asked all of our congregants to register online in advance, so we know who is coming and how we can restrict. Once we hit the 250 limit, then we just close the registration. So that's one. And yes, that can be, and that is one definite thing which we are going to pursue here also in this case, once we decide what number will be. Number 2, can we do split session? Absolutely we can. Maybe not morning and evening, but we can do, suppose one can be done at 9 and one can be done at 11. That gives us plenty of room that people can leave, and because it's an outdoor, so people will be there's nothing required to disinfect or clean in general, because people will be bring their own prayer rug. They will not be needing water over there. As the service is 30 to 45 minutes, anybody can leave any time afterwards if there's an emergency or anything along that line. I've been actually discussing with our chief also. So our plan, we will need police detail officers. So I will work very closely with him that how many we need, how many volunteers we will have, and how we are going to use that dirt road so that we can park along one side in one direction and they can easily leave out while utilizing whatever the parking spaces are available there. And will we need any off-site area also?
Thank you. Dr. Ehrlich, that answer your questions?
Yeah, well, it answered those. I'll have
Those
more,
two.
but I want to
I
hear
understand. Yeah, Chief Laurie, please.
So I've talked to Dr. Razan. We've known each other since I took over here in Westborough. I've been to events in Worcester. I do have some concerns. We talked at length with Lieutenant Hallis and I. I do have some concerns. If this event is held on August 1st, I want to remind everyone that that's the high school graduation as well. So it's going to be very taxing that day. That is a very tight venue. And if you're going to have, we're not really sure how many people. It could be, 1,000, it could be 2,000, it could be as many as 4,000 people. And in that tight space, I wasn't here then, but if you remember the 4th of July celebration, the 300, when you have all those people coming and going all day, imagine 2,000 people leaving all at once. And imagine now you're going to have a split event. You're going to have another event where you're going to have maybe another 1,000 people coming, crossing ways. We're going to be shutting down Route 9. Just at the end of that event, just to clear that area out, it'd be 10, 15 minutes. When the Buddy Walk does their event, you're talking 500 or 600 people. They've got 80 volunteers parking people. So, and they're planning this thing for months. That event, and that event was canceled due to COVID-19, I believe. So, if this is approved, we're going to work with the doctor to provide the safest venue possible. We'll figure out the number of officers that I'm going to have to bring in. for that event. The dual event, I think it's going to be difficult for us. We'll do what's, if this is approved, we'll do whatever we can to assist, you know, in any way possible. But, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into those events down at the state hospital property that is months and months. And now we've got a 2-week window to get this done. And my concern, quite frankly, if 3,000 people do show up, social distancing is going to be very difficult. And I am concerned for public safety on that end as well. I'm also concerned, you know, you're talking multiple events, you know, are we supposed to have porta potties there? What are we doing about trash? I'm sure people are going to bring, you know, some water bottles or different things, or potentially go to enjoy the outside activities there as well. So I just want to say, you know, the police department always is going to partner and do whatever we can to ensure a safe event. But this is going to be a very busy weekend. If we do this on a Friday morning, July 30th, or we do it on the 1st, there's going to be a lot of logistics to this to make sure people get in and out of that area safe. You know, we're really going to have to park on the grass. We really can't have vehicles on that road. Don't forget, we've got correctional facilities up there. We need to make sure police and fire are able to assist them if there's a crisis. We do have people that are living up in that area now that are going to be coming and going that we have to be cognizant of now. Like I said, on a Friday, you've got people that are actually working there. So I'm going to have detail officers making sure, just like when we have the buddy walk, Earl Story is going around having people move their cars from different parking lots where they're not supposed to be parking. So, you know, your police department is going to do everything we can to ensure a safe environment. And I would defer to Jen Kirkland as well, because she really is involved in a lot of this planning to say, you know, this takes time, and we're basically, I mean, this could be a marathon planning event if you're talking 2,000 to 4,000 people, and we're sprinting tomorrow if this is going to move forward, because we really need to make sure you know, the public is safe. I don't know where everyone's coming from. It's not just going to be, you know, from Westborough. So we're going to have, I think, a lot of traffic. I think it'll be a very popular event. They do a fantastic job, you know, in Worcester. So you know, we'll work together if this event's approved. Those are my concerns, and just being open and honest with the board. And like I said, with the lengthy conversation that we've had already with the detective lieutenant, you know, we're up to any challenge, and this one will definitely be a challenge in a very short window.
Yeah,
and I'll leave it at that. If you have any specific questions for me, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today.
I think that's really useful feedback from you, and I think that as we get more details about how they're actually going to do it, I think we're going to need further comment from you onto, you know, whether you think this is feasible to actually accomplish. But as of right now, I think with just the general view, that's really useful to feedback from you. Alan, you have some more stuff?
Yeah, I have questions for the chief. So I think, you know, your perspective is certainly greatly appreciated, but you're focusing some of your remarks on sort of what is the potential and how will we cope with things that might be of a certain scale. And what I'd really like to hear you say is, okay, forget everything that was proposed by Dr. Ramzan in the first place. If there was to be an event, what would you, in your estimation, knowing the parking there and other issues that you've already addressed, what would be a reasonable limit on the number of people if you think you can make such an estimation from a public safety perspective?
This is going to be a first for me, quite frankly. And I can just go by the data that I've been involved in with how busy it is just when you've got 500, 600, 700, 800 people with the Buddy Walk event. And don't forget, they're coming and going during the event. They're not getting there at one time and leaving at one time. So there is going to be some logistical issues by not knowing, is it 1,000, is it 2,000, is it 3,000, is it 4,000?
Well, if they required pre-registration, they would know.
Well, we've got 2 weeks to plan this, so we need to know soon.
Sure,
You know,
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
With Buddy Walk, if they had come to us 3 or 4 months ago and said, hey, we're looking to do this and we have a window to plan, and I defer to Jen a lot on this too, because she's involved with a lot of these, you know, holiday stroll and different events, the block party. You know, those are things that we have canceled, you know, because of what we're dealing with. So we want to make sure it's safe. You know, we have had a couple of events, you know, due to the recent events, and social distancing was tough. I mean, if you were at those events, I think you would agree with me. It's difficult. So we will work, with the organizers, and that's why I say to you, I would really have Jen in the room as well. Earl Story in the room as well, who have dealt with the parking situation down there. And talking to Earl today, they had upwards of 80 volunteers, dealing with parking, cones, the clear access, in and out of the site. So it's going to be some work to do. And like I said, I think having dual venues may be tough, having people go in and out, especially if we have it on Saturday, where now we're going to the high school graduation later on in the day. So, it's just a busy time right now. Like I said, we'll do whatever we can, Doctor, to facilitate a safe, event to the best of our ability. Obviously, as the chief, I'm concerned, for my staff and the public, and we want to make sure people are healthy and people are safe. I mean, there's been, as you know, if you go to different parts of the country, there's been outbreaks when you put large crowds of people together. People are going to be parking next to each other. People are going to have contact with one another. It's going to be really hard to completely separate. And then talking to Dr. Razan, he's figuring, say, if there's 500 cars show up with 5 people in a car, I mean, we're going to have to park those vehicles. We're going to have to make sure they're safe, and we're going to have to make sure they egress safely. And like I said, we're probably going to be shutting Route 9 down easy 10, 15 minutes to get everybody out of there. So there's going to be some things that I'm going to need some bodies, some boots on the ground to make sure that gets done.
Good. No, I had missed that perspective about Route 9, and so that's useful to hear. I was more thinking about the concerns about once the cars are parked and we have people then moving to their spots on the grass, how are you planning on marking out where people should be setting up their, prayer rugs and blankets? And, how do you mark that out? Are you, do you reserve seating? Do you have one-way flows? There's a lot of stuff in the guidance documents that talk about organizing an event, and I haven't really seen any specific plans. And I know that even here in Westborough, when we had our town meeting, we had quite extensive planning for it. We had, seating charts laid out. We had whole plans as to how people were going to park, how they were going to enter. We had markings on the ground and signage and all of that stuff that you would need to have in order to have a successful event. And so what I'm looking for you is maybe some comments about what you've done already, what you think you're going to be able to do in the next 2 weeks, and give us enough time to not only look at what you've planned, but have time to approve it, and then also have time to implement it. And, we're kind of short on time. So I'd like to hear about where we are right now from your point of view, Dr. Ramzan.
Well, at current, obviously, we haven't even announced it. So people are not even familiar that what's going on over there. We visited that area. I visited a couple of times, and then few of our organizers, our imam and our chairman of the board, we visited that area. Now, once we get approval, then obviously we'll put our organizers in action so that the lining is easy. If we are parking on a grass, then it will be just one part of it, not the main part, which is probably the middle field. We thought will be an ideal field, very huge field. People already know that how they have to do social distancing, bringing their prayer rugs. They don't have to use the washing of the face or what we call ablution over there. They'll come prepared. All they have to do is just bring their family, put their rug there together. We can put small flags there so we can make a row. That was one idea which we discussed, that how we can mark 6 feet distance so people are there. And once they are standing and seated there, there's nothing else which we need to really offer them. And the most important will be how they get in and park in the proper space. And I think that's where I'm somewhat concerned. I have to work very closely with our chief and how they are going to leave also when they are leaving. That's the most important part, which I think we have to figure out, that where we park, how we can use that road. Do we need additional parking? Once people are there and we tell them, we give them the map that where they are going to park, and our volunteers also guide them, then hopefully things will fall into place. Because there's nothing else involved except service and then leaving, not even food, not even socializing after that. It's a human nature. They may stay around, but we will ask them that while the flow of the traffic is going on, people go to their cars and quickly and slowly leave as much as time is permitted from the main entrance and exit area.
And so that actually brings me to one of the other concerns that I have, and that's that while people might not intend to have to go to the bathroom while they're at the event, That doesn't change the fact that sometimes people do need to go to the bathroom. And as the number of people grows, the chance that there will be people that have to go to the bathroom increases, especially if the line to come and go is really long. People may decide that they have to, use facilities. So I'm not quite sure that we can just dismiss it as there's no need to have any sort of, porta-johns or anything like that. And I think that you were also required to have hand washing stations at events that have this number of people as well. And so just to just blanket say that everyone's going to wash their hands at home and so they don't have to worry about it, they might have to worry about it from a religious point of view, but from a health safety point of view, I think we will have to have some, form of, hand sink stations or something like that. Dr. Ehrlich.
Yeah. So, well, I'll start by saying I agree with everything you said. That being said, however, again, I mentioned I'm involved with some other organization in town, which happens to be B'nai Shalom, and their outdoor services they're planning are, again, going to be no access to bathrooms. And I've been told several of the churches in town have taken the same approach. So while I personally deplore that, and I would encourage that, especially when you have small children and things like that who can't always predict when they have to go really badly. So I think having porta johns would be a good idea. As far as hand washing, I'm not sure that that's necessary if there's adequate hand sanitizer available. So one or the other, I would grant you that.
Yep.
I want to go back to the chief because I'm trying to figure out, again, something that we might propose that is possible, that is not unduly taxing. And so having heard from Dr. Ramzan, 4 or 5 people per car, and having in my own head what I think is perhaps a reasonable number, what I want to know is, what's a reasonable number of cars to have? So is 200 cars a manageable number from your perspective, Chief? Because if we think about a number of cars and then we'll figure out how many bodies per car, we can work things out. But I do think they're separate problems. You have been primarily focused on issues related to traffic, shutting down Route 9, blocking access to emergency vehicles should something happen. All that stuff is super important. So I wanted, and I'm not very good at estimating, how many cars can park under what circumstances in a given space. And so I'm looking for guidance in that regard.
So I have also, like the doctor, I visited the site with Lieutenant Hallis. The issue is going to be weather. If we have good weather and it isn't soaked, it isn't soggy, it isn't wet, we could put 500 cars in there. In the fields area. I'm hoping we don't damage the property. That's where I would be parking people. I'd be parking people in the fields. The entrance, when you come in, you see all those field areas. We would set up parking with hopefully they would have, like I said, and I defer to Jen Kirkland, but multiple volunteers. Like you said, signage, cones, directing people in, flagging people in, flagging people out, and we'll park people to the best of our ability. But I believe I think we can fit those cars in there. The issue is going to be, like I said, weather.
Okay, so we can make stipulations about what the weather has to be for this event not to be canceled. We can make other stipulations, but I'm less concerned with how many cars can fit in the space, but more of the crowd management stuff that you're saying that can be a challenge. The egress of the cars at the end of the event and things like that. And does it make no difference if it's 200 versus 400? From your perspective, it's more or less a similar sized event and it's a question of a few, extra 10 or 15 minutes, or does that make a material difference?
We can get with the Rotary. Shelby just sent me a message. We can get with the Rotary and they can give us their parking plan. Alan Edinburgh just asked about, parking on the fields. We would stay off the fields because that's where the event would be. We would park to the best of our ability, on those grassy areas. If you frequent that site, it's a large site, and we would do our best. And then if we had to, if it's a Saturday, then we can look at alternate sites, whether it be Haskell, Department of Mental Health parking, if they're not working on a Saturday, shuttling people in and out. We would make it work like we do for any major event. That's why I'm going to need probably 6 to 8 officers just to deal with that event because of exactly what you're talking about. The unforeseen that we're going to come into contact with, because even the 300th event, I don't think you had 2,000 or 3,000 people at the same time. I could be wrong, but I was told, people were coming and going at different times. I'm sorry, Chelsea.
I will add for the 300th, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different parking locations.
Right.
4 of them were on site. One of the 4 is not available now because it's fully under construction, because it's on the kind of the other side of where the Pulte Del Webb project is. 3 additional ones are close by at Haskell, Hadley, and Beach. But again, those are off street. Now you get into shuttles, which is part of what was provided. So, I think it's a good chance to hear from Jen right now to understand the condition of those fields where we, Jen, I think you recall where we parked where we had parking on site for the 300th, kind of where I think the kids do lacrosse now, that field, and then the one just before that.
Yep, I actually, hi everyone.
Hi.
I actually have a map here. I can share my screen. This is what the Buddy Walk does. Why is my, but I agree with the chief here on a lot of this. I'm sure you have, why is this not letting me? Here we go. Sorry. Have been up there. One of my worries is the road in and out of there. It's just one road, and it's one way out. So like the chief said, so people trying to come and go at the same time might be difficult. So as you come off, you can see my screen, I hope.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So as you come off of Lyman Street down the old hospital road, that first area, we could park people. The main parking would be that second parking where it says potential parking. It's a large area. I don't know exactly how big it is, but it is large enough to park. And then I was just basing off where the Buddy Walk does all of their events on fields 5 and 6. And so that's where I put the assumed area of the event. But it's important to note that where I put no parking, that is a pretty big deal, because DYS is over there. The new road, Earl, I talked to him a bunch. That new road has to be available for, emergency services parking. We as the rec department, we put a lot of money, time, and effort into our fields. So parking on the actual playing fields is not something that we would like to happen. But parking on these other kind of parcels that aren't playable is more of the way we were thinking and where we tell the Buddy Walk
Jen,
park. Yep.
Jen, just as a point of clarification, above the middle section where it says potential parking, so you have the first one when you come in, and then the next field up, keep going with your little mouse, that one. So is that now a playing field?
It is. Lacrosse and field hockey, we run our flag football. We kind of, I don't know if it was right around the time of the 300th or just
It was after. It was
Yeah.
after. That's why I was asking, because that was like parking lot number 1. So that's what. So that is now a playing field.
It's
okay, thank
playable.
you.
Yep, we do use that. Yep.
And so while this map is up, I've got a question for both Jennifer and for Dr. Ramzan, and that's that what part of this field were you actually planning on having people? Do they need to be able to see each other, or can they spread out all across all of the fields? And then once we get an answer on that, I was just wondering, what is the square footage of whatever it is that we're proposing to use?
So just to answer first part, that when we looked around over there, we thought that parking field 1, what is designated here, and field 2 will be the ideal place to be there for the prayer.
And so, Jen, do you have a sense of what the size of the area of Chauncey Field 1 and Chauncey Field 2 is in square footage, or not?
I
Is that
don't.
something you can look up or find for us?
Yes. Maybe.
Okay, it doesn't have to be tonight, but if you can find
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I can
because
certainly find it out. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to affect the other limit that we have that Dr. Ehrlich was mentioning, which is the 8 people per 1,000 square feet, even for open unenclosed spaces.
Can you just point when people are saying field 1, field 2? I can't always tell what's what. I see field 2, but I don't see field 1. And
The red one is field 1.
I see.
Field 1 is the red. Technically, field 2, and then there's 3 and 4, and then like 5 and 6 are up there.
And Dr. Ramzan, where were you planning on having the event? To the best of your knowledge.
That field 1 and field 2, which we saw there. Yes, the
Right.
red and the green arrows over there. That's where people will spread out and be together, make lines, and offer the prayer.
And so one of the things that's going to be useful as you put together your plan would be to take an image and to mark up where people are going to be and how densely packed you can put them, and have flows as to how they're going to walk from their cars and parking to there and back. And you may have to think about how you do, just like when you line up at the grocery store and you have to maintain 6 feet of distance before you enter, that we did for the town meeting. We had tape on the driveways and the walkways so that people knew where to line up, and we anticipated how long the longest line might be as people are queuing to enter. And so you're going to have to think about all of those issues and put that into a plan so that we can see that plan and make sure that it meets our needs.
Absolutely.
Jen, I'm sorry, Dr. Ehrlich, were you about to say something?
No, I said that's an excellent feedback. I think this is exactly where I have to work together. I'm actually learning a lot how to use these fields properly.
Jen, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I feel like you showed us that, but I didn't want to cut you off.
No. Like I said, the chief did a really good job of summarizing. I feel the exact same way. The buddy walk, not comparable in size wise, but is probably the only ongoing event that we have up there. And it's 9-10 months of planning. They bring in a whole event staff, and I understand that the buddy walk is more of a festival and there's food and games and all of that. It wouldn't be like that, but even just the logistics of it, we do site walks. We're emailing, we're in constant communication for months ahead of time, mainly about parking and directing traffic, just because, like I said, we've all been up there. It's one road driving. There's a lot of one ways. Even someone that drives it all the time, it can be confusing. So out of towners that come in that have never seen the space might be like, what's going on? And that's one of my worries.
Thank you, Jen. I'm sorry, Dr. Walsh. I was going to ask if any of the members of the Board of Selectmen had any questions. Again, not necessarily to be answered if they can be answered now, but at least as we're going through this and contemplating the ability about how to support this event. Any questions from the board?
Yep. Just to echo some of what's been said, I think it'd be helpful to see a traffic plan for the vehicles, how they're going to come in, where do you start parking and line up the rows, and then also how they'll be ushered out and the route they'll follow out of the property. And then from the parking area, see the people plan, the people flow, where they're going to be guided to walk, where they're going to enter the event area. I guess from a social distancing standpoint, it's when the service ends and everyone goes to leave at once and, goes into the, parking lot where the cars are parked right next to each other. Are we keeping the social distancing? Are we safe there? So I'd be interested in seeing sort of those two things marked off.
Yes, Ian. Oh, sorry.
No,
Ian, and then Dr. Ehrlich, go ahead.
Just to follow on that, I guess the question I had, and I think it was Dr. Ehrlich had already asked it, but with those potential parking spots, it'd be good to get kind of an estimate of the number of parking spots that are actually there realistically. So to come back with what the potential number would be, and then it's really for the chief to say, is that something that can be handled? I have no idea if that can fit 200, 400, 800. It'd be interesting to know that piece in terms of safety and marking things out. Second piece would be, and I guess to a bunch of people, also to Dr. Ramzan, is if, say it's planned for Saturday and we have rain overnight or whatever, and the ground's muddy. Guess, hey, who would be the one checking and calling it off? And I guess what's the plan or thoughts from Dr. Ramzan if we had to do that? It could be that it's a opens up as a sunny day, but if we had torrential rains the night before, it could be a mud bath.
I think that's a great question. Actually, we do not have this as a rain or shine event. Unfortunately, if we know the weather is going to be not cooperative, then the event will be called off, unfortunately, because people will have to walk on that, and they have to put their prayer rug, and they have to lie there, kneel down there, offer their prayer. And if it is wet field, then the event will be definitely called off. So for people, so not just for the parking reason, but for people reason also, that it will be not possible, then we will definitely call off, and unfortunately people will have to pray either at home or there. So then we will just miss that opportunity. And yes, I think going through this exercise, if we think that we can safely park 400 to 500 cars, I think the rest of the things can be manageable. So I don't know whether that parking area 1 and parking area 2 will suffice to have 400 to 500 parking, and then there is a road, the mud road or the gravel road around the lake. And if we assure people to just use the one way, come around and park in a way that as they are leaving and make a single road there, then that might offload some parking, but I don't know.
I think Dr. Ehrlich and then Dr. Ehrlich and then Chief Laurie.
I'm certainly willing to defer to the chief, and then I'll ask my questions subsequently.
Okay. Good.
Sorry.
Shelby, I'd also like to speak after the
Yep,
chief is
yep,
done, okay?
yep, understood. Chief Laurie?
I'll be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable parking on that dirt road, especially after reviewing the site. I think we're going to need that for emergency access, and I don't want to clog things up. You have to also remember there are going to be members of the public there. They're going to be walking their dogs. They're going to be doing picnics. They're going to be doing different things, and I don't want to really congest that back area. I really would like to say the safest place that I believe would be, and I would work with Jen with her parking plan. Shelby, I'd work with you in regard to the rotary parking plan. But I really think, not on the fields, but I think, in those grassy areas where you come in, even to the right, you'll see the description. We could probably get 20, 30 cars in there. It's going to be tight. That is a very, very tight area. And it's going to be difficult getting people in and out of there. If you, attend the event, you'll see leaving is going to be a challenge. But I would say we would stay off the roadways. Like I said, we've got facilities up there. We've got people that live up there that are going to be coming and going. It's a different dynamic now this year, with those over 55 going up as well. It's another challenge. So I would just say we really would focus on those fields for parking, and I'll leave it at that.
Perfect.
Dr. Ehrlich?
Yeah, so I have several comments, all of which come around to my perspective of I really want to see a plan that I'll say is built from the bottom up and not top down. It's not a question of how can we accommodate 4,000 people if they show up, or how do we accommodate 2,000 people if they show up, or 800 cars. I want to say, what can this venue support safely? On the issue that Ian had brought up about the rain, again, signups in advance means you know how to contact everybody and tell them the event's been canceled. So I think that it would have to be a must. The second thing is, I've heard comments about, well, when people leave, they're all going to the cars, and then it's harder to socially distance. That is not a given. Okay, so maybe the cars are socially distanced also. We don't have to say cars will be dense packed. If we think cars should be 6-10 feet apart from each other, whatever, I want to know what's safe. Then we say, okay, this has this much capacity. We have this much parking capacity. We have this much space on the fields with social distancing capacity. And you look at these various things and it gives you your maximum number of people that can attend. And those are, I think if it's built from the bottom up, and then a plan says, okay, we can have 500 people, we can have 700 people, whatever that number is, 1,000. It's based on saying there's a safe way of doing this that isn't overly taxing of the space of our public safety resources. nothing that would impede fire and safety and other things. And again, with 2 weeks to go, I don't know if it's possible to do a plan that quickly. Okay, last point. It's been raised many times, and I think it's incredibly appropriate that having a large number of volunteers to direct people, direct traffic, and help with people directing them where to park and things like that would be, I think, critical to the success of this. Are you able to get on the order of 50 to 100 volunteers to assist with this type of event? And that's a question, obviously, for Dr. Ramson.
Yes, no, thank you. I think, Chief's comments that how and where we should park and avoid the gravel road, I think that's very valuable. So we will definitely not go there. And your idea, I love it, that how we can, let's figure out that how many cars we can safely park or how many people can be safely with social distancing. That will give us a guide. And then exactly as you said, we advertise the event that this is the maximum capacity. Whoever registers first online will be able to come. And otherwise, once we reach that limit, we will close the registration. So that hopefully will help us. Volunteer wise, yes, if we need, once we decide and all the logistics, how many number of people, we are actually all volunteers. We run it. We have only one employee who's our imam. Otherwise, it's all run by volunteers. So the magnitude of 50 or 100, we have to push ourselves to make this event successful. Then definitely we can work on it, that what will be a good number we can have so people can help us, especially with the parking and the traffic flow inside.
I would just add as a caveat, remember, volunteers need to park also, so that needs to be captured in your planning.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you for a great feedback. Thank you, Dr. Raleigh.
Dr. Hashmi, I think you had some comments.
Yeah, so I'm speaking now both as a member of the Board of Health and as a selectman. So just for both boards' clarification, I am deeply, deeply concerned about this event from multiple angles, and I just wanted to address them. First, going back to the comments that were made, one, the 300th, I think was Shelby, you were deeply involved. Was it 2 years or a 1 year process? How long was it?
It was probably a good year.
So it was a good year of people that lived in Westborough, and then the Rotary Festival, the parking for the Rotary Festival that was held on the 300th, and the people that do the buddy walk know Westborough, know the area, and know how to direct traffic. So that's one. We're going to have people that have never done this before. So my first question is that we're going to have people that do not know the area, have not planned. I mean, what is the track record? The people that did the Rotary Club, the buddy walk, the 300 had a track record of putting up these events, and they had a huge amount of time. It's July the 14th now. 2 weeks to do an event of this scale with people that have never worked in that area before is dangerous. The second question I have is why, this is the rest. Granted, we just had a discussion last week about regional outbreaks, but let us not forget that the rest of the country is experiencing huge increases in COVID numbers. We are about to hold essentially and granted there'll be plenty of precautions, a super spreader event, an event with risk of super spreading in Westborough. That puts not only the residents of Westborough at risk, it puts the congregation that Dr. Ramzan is talking about at risk. So my question, the other question to this is, why is this event needed in person? It could have just as easily been done. We are in the middle of a pandemic. It could have just as easily been done as a, Zoom meeting. The last question I have is regards to the services that the town, now I'm speaking as a selectman, regards to the services that the town is going to be required to provide. Who's going to be paying for the police overtime, for the fire, the use of the town facilities, all the planning and so on? I think, I understand the need to, I can understand emotionally the need to hold an event like this, but I would humbly say this is not the time to be doing something like this. It puts a lot of people at risk, and to do this within 2 weeks with no track record of having, it's like, I'll say it, I guess I'll say it as a surgeon. It's like doing your first Whipple without ever doing one before and having no one to tell you how to do it. The Whipple is the most complex resection in general surgery. You do not want to be doing that without ever having done one before. We're about to do something on the scratch. It puts a huge risk on all concerned, and I'm just asking, is it truly, truly worth the price?
Thank you, Syed. Dr. Ramzan, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, Dr. Hashmi is saying that we have no track record. That's totally wrong. We do these two events every year. So we are well versed that how we do it, how we conduct it. So that's not. Yes, this is new as a venue for us. We are not. This will be new for the community as such, that where this venue is and how to go there. And that's where exactly we will rather recruit our volunteers more heavily this time than what we have done in the past. And we will have more police detail officers which will help us. And of course, if there are any expenses involved from the town perspective with the detail or anything, then we have to bear those. So that's a question which there's definitely, if there's a need, we have to address that, we will do it. And I don't want to delve into the religious perspective that why can't we do no, there are services which you do. If there is absolutely no need, then we don't do it. And there are permissions are there, and then it becomes more along the religious lines. So along that line, I don't want to go into that arena that why should we do it and all that. Obviously, as I said, that we have restricted our services. And even though I put the number higher as 4,000, I think that number may be just 2,000. Why? Because there are many people who we have already trained them. And for last 4 months, we have been working on that. We even shut down our center. So people know that what they do, how they abide by the, the preventive aspects of that, social distancing, wearing a face mask, not to come and close contact. There is human nature. There will be element of that. You see outdoor activities with recent, all the processions and rallies and all that. I was looking at some of the data. The governor offered all the free COVID testing after all these processions which happened in Boston and different areas, including Worcester. There was not a major hike at that, but that doesn't mean that I'm undermining that. We rather want to say, because this is our community. It's not like we are coming and bringing a virus which we are going to spread in Westborough. I'm a Westborough resident. My town is very dear, and I love the town. And this will be the last thing to be remembered, that a doctor came and led this event and caused this problem for our residents. So absolutely not. So the virus is not going to be imported. Rather, I am worried that if people don't observe the social distancing, don't observe about wearing the mask, which normally in outdoor activities people may disallow, but we'll mandate it. So we will rather take those preventive measures, address those issues, and all the mitigation procedures, whatever is needed, we do it and work together with the team of Westborough. Because yes, for people, for us, that area is totally new, and that's where I will need help and all that, so we can do it.
So I've got a couple of additional comments in hearing about things. One, the maintaining the list of people that are going to come, I want to second that is absolutely a requirement to have people kind of pre-register for it. It's also going to be really useful that if it turns out that anyone at the event does have COVID-19 for some other reason, and we need to do contact tracing, that contact information is going to need to be provided to the local Board of Health so that we can actually do our contact tracing to let everyone know that that they need to isolate and self-quarantine. And then in terms of, I want to caution that we don't want to just make this about how many cars can we fit, because what we don't want to have happen is to have people feel like they have to carpool to this event, because we really don't want people that are not living in the same household to carpool to the event. That kind of undermines the whole purpose of, the social distancing and that sort of thing, especially if they're driving from, further away. And then another thing that I'm not sure has been mentioned too often here tonight, but is super important, is the use of face masks, and face coverings. And I just want to make sure that, you guys are on board for, having that be a requirement for the event. And that, I don't know exactly what this, religious service is like. And so I just want to make sure that we're both approaching it from the same point of view, and that's face masks will be worn. Dr. Early?
Yes, excellent points. I think I agree. This will be something now we are already doing the online registration. We have to just extend now to this event, and face masks or face coverings are mandatory for even the prayer now, and we will mandate it to go for this event. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so while I certainly agree with what Dr. Ramzan had said about the testing and what happened in Massachusetts after the protests, that there did not appear to be a spike in COVID-19 linked to them, I think in other parts of the country, some of the protests clearly have been linked. So, there is risk, and I accept Dr. Hashmi's points as well taken there. I think what we need to, we've asked a lot of questions. I think we've outlined a lot of stuff that I think is really important. And what I think we need to do at this point as a group on this call is say, are we comfortable that this might be able to be done in a safe way? And we would like to see a clear plan presented that's developed along the parameters of what we said in conjunction with town officials and various people. Or do we want to say, we're not comfortable, there's just too much, there's not enough time, we feel like it would be rushed and not everything would be thought through, whatever. But I think we sort of need to get to that to know where we're going next. Just for Dr. Ramzan's benefit, and so we come to some conclusion. And I think, there's certainly good points to be made either way. But that's my suggestion, is we try and say, have we heard enough to say go forward or not go forward? And I'll make one last caveat to Dr. Ramzan. While even if the governor says this is okay, that it meets the, it's not the kind of event that is restricted, we certainly have the right to have more stringent criteria in town if we think that's in the, from the best health and safety of the community. So, so we certainly need to get guidance from the state. Because if the state says no, then I don't think we're going to override the state. But if the state says yes, do we want to have a plan presented either later this week to designated representatives of this group, or to the town officials like Christy and the chief and Steve, or not? Where are we going?
So I'd
So
actually,
can I?
if I can, you want to go ahead first, Shelby?
Well, I would just like to throw out a couple of comments on things that may have been made in part, but don't include my thoughts. One is that we did talk a little bit about, and I totally agree with you, Dr. Ehrlich, that we need to, we got to kind of come to are we going forward or not? And I certainly would like Dr. Ramzan to be able to take some of this back and really assess, is now the right time for this event. I would love nothing better than for Westborough to, provide this place for such an important event. My biggest concern is the timing and the time to plan it, that it really comes down to it. So if nothing else, I think we've got a thought for future years. I just don't know that in COVID we're there. But again, I think that's what the collective minds here will work with you on. But I would say that we really have to think about trash and cleanup, and that's kind of where that volunteer piece comes in. So if you have a host of volunteers and they're on point for parking and helping with parking, then maybe they're on trash pickup too, or there's another group. And if not, then there may be fees that the town has to, that's part of kind of the rental space of the field. In your communication to your congregation, and I hope that's the right word to use, is congregation correct?
That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
Okay. So I think, there would almost have to be a disclaimer of your information may need to be used for contact tracing. So, so that there's not an issue of down the road of sharing that. Also that communication should speak to, after the event, it's asked that people safely and carefully with social distancing go to their car and exit the area, because if they stay, then that kind of brings into the bathrooms even more and trash even more, and potentially breaks down social distancing. So some language around that. My other question would be, I love the idea of pre-registration, but would you, I mean, I can't imagine you would, but are you going to actually ask for proof of registration? And if someone shows up because they realize someone in the congregation is gone and they haven't, are you really going to turn them away? And how many people? So we can plan on, I love the ground up plan, but we always have to plan on, and there are going to be more people that we didn't plan on. Trust me, been there. I don't know Chief Lori's detail staff in terms of who he has, to staff what the town's basic needs are, let alone the graduation and the timing of this event. And if he doesn't have enough staff, where do you get them from? That's a question that Chief Lori can work with you on. I don't know if you hire them from other towns. I don't know how that works. I do think that there's, I think that the town could potentially assist if there are organizations here locally that may be willing to help with volunteers to say, if your organization is interested in helping with parking, that kind of thing, there may be local organizations that are interested, and I'd be certainly happy to lend a hand in that regard. I'm not sure if I'm useful in any other way in this discussion, but I'm pretty good at parking and planning those events. So
it would be wonderful.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks, Dr. Walsh.
So one of the comments that I wanted to make in relation to Dr. Ehrlich's comments about, do we have enough to go forward, or at any point do we want to, say that this isn't going forward? I kind of think that this is in the next 2 weeks, this is going to be an ongoing process where if something becomes insurmountable, that then we just decide that it's not going to go forward and we're going to stop. And I think that the first place I'd look to you, Dr. Ramzan, is from what you've heard tonight, does it still sound like an activity that you want to go forward with in terms of trying to make the plan for the next step in the process? Because if you've heard what you've heard tonight, if it turns out that you don't think it's going to go forward, we can just end the conversation now. But if you want to go forward, then I'd like to actually hear from the Selectmen and the Board of Health to figure out whether, each of these boards also feel like we should at least go to the next step, which is to have you develop a plan that we can look at.
No, I think that's...
Sorry, excuse me, Dr. Wall.
Yes.
I think it's incumbent on us to make the decision before asking him. I think that's what Dr. Ehrlich was referring to. Am I not right, Dr. Ehrlich? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think we should be guiding this conversation. Isn't that what you were getting at, Dr. Ehrlich?
So to be fair, Dr. Ashby, you are absolutely correct. That is what I was suggesting. But I understand Dr. Walsh's position, which is to say, if we have raised so many issues that need to be resolved and Dr. Ramzan feels it's not possible, then that would obviate the need to have the discussion that I did propose. So but if he still feels like, no, you've raised a lot of very good points, I think we can deal with them, then let's have that conversation that I suggested. So you're correct, Dr. Ashby, but I defer to Dr. Walsh's superior approach.
Actually, I must add here that Dr. Walsh was trying to find out whether I got cold feet now after bombarded with all this.
I'm just checking.
I think that no, I love it. That was wonderful. This is the way we should be. Look, we are working together. As I said, that having the event in the town of Westborough as Lake Chauncey Fields is the unique experience and the first experience for us, definitely. What I've learned from here and a lot, which obviously I will go back and share with our board and our executive committee, and also with our imam and our volunteers, that how we can best accomplish it. One thing, there are many safety measures which we can put in place. Maybe one thing which I'm thinking through, Dr. Harold said that maybe we can do either 2 services, or we can just cut down that the crowd maximum capacity will be 2,000. That way we have a predetermined number of people who will be attending. We will have an ease to manage it. We can come up with a plan. I can work very closely with our chief of police and also with Jane and Christy that how many parking spots are there. I mean, excellent idea. If there are local volunteers who can help us on that day, that would be obviously, we would love to have that. This is the collaboration. This is the way we accomplish things. So that a message is a positive of humanity and working together, that how diverse our town is. But obviously not compromising any safety issues, any mayors, because the last thing we want to do for any of the community member to be affected or be part of spreading the virus. So that's just a given that we don't have to even, luckily I'm from a field where I practice and I see these patients and I know that what the gravity of it is. So I can never ever with my own conscience undermine anything like that. I have a family and I have to take care of that, and I have to take care of my community, what we are already implementing these measures. So definitely we'll do that. Couple of things, once I learn more about the space available for parking, and obviously the number of people we can easily handle, we can just put a brake on that. And that might be a better way of handling the overall crowd. So that's how I will end it. And I'm hoping that a decision is made more positively That way we can go ahead and plan in that. Otherwise, all these efforts with a limited time will be all in vain, to be honest. This meeting, after spending, your valuable time on this evening where you could be with your family, we just went through an exercise but did not come up with the outcome. We are willing to work together. Let me put it that way. Whatever the suggestions, recommendations, in the positive spirit of achieving the goals, I think that's what I would say, that I'm really very happy and thank you for your help and support and guiding me what needs to be done.
Thank you, Dr. Ramzan. So, Chairman Shelby, Marshall, did you want to pull the Board of Selectmen? Did you want us to ask the Board of Health, or how do you want to approach kind of getting the feedback from these two boards?
I think it would be helpful to hear from the Board of Health first. I think the Board of Selectmen have raised a lot of logistical concerns. We've heard from the chief as well as our Director of Recreation, but I think that the deepest concerns lie with the health and safety relative to the pandemic. So I'm going to let you guys go first.
Okay. I'll give a little bit of comment first. I'd actually like both Dr. Ehrlich and Dr. Hashmi to comment before we make any sort of formal board decision. And that's that, I have a fairly low bar for this very first step to move from tonight's meeting to having a plan drawn up. I actually envision that it might be a draft plan and then that we all get to look at, make comments on before a more finalized version of the plan is drafted. The time frame for that is going to be fairly short, so it's going to require a fair bit of work on your part and also our board's part in order to review that plan and give you the feedback that you're going to need. I look at it and I am nervous and scared about a 4,000 person event and having things go wrong and having Westborough be labeled as having failed in our duty as Board of Health to protect the public. And so that is what my concern is. And so like Chief Lori, we are here to, help the community. And what we want to do is figure out what the community wants and then try to figure out the best way to accomplish that. And I think that if we wanted to go ahead and move to the step 2, where we're actually, reviewing the plan and trying to approve it, we may put on some limitations that you don't like in terms of capacity or how you, handle traffic flow and that sort of thing. But everything we do is going to be to, from the Board of Health point of view, is just to protect public health. So that's kind of where I am, but I'd love to hear where the other board members are. So Dr. Ehrlich or Dr. Hashmi?
Dr. Hashmi, you want to go ahead or you want me to?
Why don't you go ahead, Al? I'm still kind of mulling, but go ahead,
Sure.
Dr.
All right. So first, I agree with everything Dr. Walsh said. I want to just elaborate on one point he made about our concern about public health. I would describe that as half of our concern. Half of our concern is the public health of the community of Westborough, and the other half, honestly, everything that's been said tonight is also an expression of concern for the members of your community. That if there is a super spreader event, to use Dr. Walsh's terms,
not mine. That was
the people present will be most affected, and we're very, so that is not something that we want to be responsible for. Okay, so that is our concern, is the health and safety of both the attendees as well as the wider community. I also agree certainly with what Chair Marshall had said about this would be a wonderful thing for the community of Westborough, and if for whatever reason it doesn't happen this year, I would look forward to it happening next year, so that Westborough can be a place where people think of coming and are welcomed in a in a very broad sense. So I think regardless of what we decide, those 2 points, the one from Chair Marshall and the one from Dr. Walsh, are the ones that are in my mind first and foremost. My biggest concern is the number of people, and I have an idea in my head that the maximum number I'm going to be comfortable with may be less than what you would like. Okay, I mean, I think for a space like that, 100 people is not a reasonable number from a health and safety point of view. You could put 200 people there, and and with proper social distancing, I think that would be feasible. What the upper limit of that number is, where it goes up to, I'm not sure. and that's where the plan would have to come in, and we'd have to take a lot of things into consideration. But I'm willing to, I guess that's sort of how I'm processing things up to this point. Dr.
I think we
Hashmi?
need to. I think we need to make a decision soon. I think we should make Dr. Ramzan is right. We owe him a decision, and I would just point out on our mission statement. It's something that I helped draft, which all of us on the board signed off on. The mission statement of the Board of Health is to prevent and control the spread of disease. That's our job. That's job number one for us. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Holding an event of this size, and again, with 2 weeks to go. I mean, remember the discussions that we had regarding town meeting and the amount, and that for even that, we had less time, but there was a lot of investment of time, energy, and a lot of precautions were taken to ensure its success. I think this is something we owe, as I believe Dr. Ehrlich said, we have an obligation to our residents. We have an obligation to the people that are going to be coming to this town. I think this is the wrong time to be doing this. I think it puts everyone at risk. And if something were to go wrong, it would be devastating. And no one here, as far as I can know, can promise me that nothing bad will happen.
Dr. Hashmi, when you say an event of this size, I mean, to me, that's the key phrase. I mean, clearly, if we were having 25 people come together, you wouldn't be concerned.
No, I wouldn't care. But 2,000 to 4,000, Dr. Ehrlich.
Okay. So I think, Dr. Ramzan, you're hearing a little bit of where the concern lies. And I do think those numbers are very big. And so...
and even the 500. Remember,
yeah.
At town meeting, I think we were at town meeting with all the precautions, and granted it was indoor. I think town meeting maximum, we had 150 people attend, I think. Right? Am I right? You guys were there.
I think it was a few more than that, but.
Okay, but max, I think we maxed out at 200.
Yeah.
We maxed out at 200 with all the precautions, with all the people, and we had months to prepare, trying to sort all of this out. This is
respectfully, though, that was inside. I mean,
for 4 hours.
Inside.
Yeah.
And it was also during phase 2 and not phase 3.
The point being that the prevalence in the community is much less at the moment. I think it's time to hear from some selectmen, Dr. Walsh.
Yeah,
you agree?
I would agree. I mean, if you want to have the board vote on moving forward, we could. But if you guys want to just comment, that's
sure.
fine.
We'll comment. I see Ian Johnson, please.
I guess I'm going to be the bad guy here. I just think I really want this to happen. I just listening to the police chief, all the questions we have here. I just think trying to get answers and the time it's going to take and the effort it's going to take within 2 weeks just it really seems crazy, man. I don't know that we can do what we need to do to ensure safety and ensure that this event goes off, and think about all those things that we need to. I think Dr. Walsh hit it. Even a preliminary plan. I feel like we need that today. We needed it last week. Even given a few more days to get a preliminary plan and for people to have comments and then make any changes. Those days are ticking, and I just said again, I want this to happen. This is exactly what we want and envision Westborough being. We want it to be welcome. We want to hold these types of events. We have a great facility. It's why we bought the state hospital property, exactly for things like this. I just feel like we don't have enough time to ensure that we do everything correctly, plan everything out, ensure the safety of the participants, ensure the safety of town staff, our public safety officers, the community. So, my take is, I just don't think it's something that we should take on. And maybe it goes back to Dr. Ehrlich's thing. If you said it was 200 people, maybe I'd have a different story, but I'm suspecting, Dr. Ramzan, that if we told you 200 people was the max that we could do, that it doesn't really make the event a feasible event for you.
Absolutely right, because we already are doing 250 prayer in our center right now.
Right. Thank you, Ian. Alan, Edinburgh?
I don't disagree with what Ian said about the time frame and the amount of planning that still needs to happen. And I could certainly see, immediately following this meeting, Dr. Ramzan going off and doing the planning work and coming back. And I think it's really down to, the information we don't know. We don't know how many cars we can effectively park in those two parking areas. Maybe it's 100 cars, maybe it's 150, maybe it's 200. And that determines the number of people, inclusive of volunteers. We haven't looked and figured out how many people we can safely put in the area of the fields that are going to be used. And that puts another number restriction on it. So, am I comfortable saying, let's figure out those two numbers to know, A, if it's a viable event at the size that we can logistically do safely, given the social distancing and the other requirements. But yet, it really all depends on whether or not Mass DPH comes back to our Board of Health and says, yes, this is an event that's restricted to 100, or no, it's an open event where, so long as social distancing can be maintained, the numbers don't matter. Or they come back with some intermediate message that says, no, here's the number of people that we would consider safe given the nature of the specific event. And so I don't think a planning effort could wait until we hear back from DPH. So I think, we're in a pickle. I mean, we didn't have much time, but the organizers pulled together the senior parade, a very different event, but still managing a large crowd at the high school, managing traffic up and down West Main and East Main Street. That was only a couple of weeks of planning as well. So it's a stretch, and it'll be stressful and adventurous to do. But not even knowing when DPH will get back is a concern. I mean, if they answer tomorrow,
no, I think we believe that we should have a call with them on Friday.
On Friday, so that's half the time. So realistically, we would need to have.
We'd have to have
more than a
before then. Yeah.
Yeah, we would have to have we would have to say, okay, if we're going to do this, we'd have to know the capacity ASAP. Given the capacity, what's the plan? How many volunteers? How's public safety going to work? The inflow, the outflow of cars, the inflow, the outflow of people, trash, monitoring, verification of tickets, all of those things we've talked about tonight. And then, and even at that point, guidance from Mass DPH might say, no, it's no good, or at that point it's a go. We certainly can't wait till Friday to start the planning process. And so and my big fear is that a lot of time and effort will go into some very elaborate plans in a very short period of time frame, only to have DPH on Friday say, no, really, you can't do it the way you think. And so I guess my question for Dr. Ramzan is that a risk you're willing to take? And for the town, is that, an effort we're willing to make, knowing that on Friday, if the call happens that soon, we know that it could be for naught. And so I think I wouldn't make a yes or no decision until, if we think we can get the planning done and do it safely, it's the capacity. How many cars, how many people? What's the parameter on the event? The largest we would allow it to happen and still feel that it's safe. And that's the first two pieces of information I think we need before we say yes, no. And then the second is, given that capacity for Mr. Ramzan, Dr. Ramzan, is that a viable event for you? That's the second yes/no decision. And then the third would be, given that event and a plan for a size of that event, does Mass DPH say yes and provide guidance that it's feasible? And that would be the third yes/no. So I think there are a series of steps we can take, but I think we have to all realize that this is, putting a lot of demand on not only Dr. Ramzan, but on town departments and volunteers.
So before you go, Dr. Ehrlich, I think, should we let Chair Marshall chime in, or did you want Dr. Ehrlich to go
Yeah,
first?
no, go ahead, Dr. Ehrlich.
Yes, Alan, you raised something at the end that we haven't really discussed, and I do think it's something that's been weighing in the back of my mind over the last 20 minutes or so. And I see Chief Lurie has stepped away from the screen. But honestly, the one piece of this, when we talk about doing a plan in short order, is really, do town officials, and I see Jen and Chief Lurie and Steve in particular, do they have the bandwidth to give this the attention in such a short order? Because again, if this were a couple of months, they squeeze it in, no big deal. But they have other things. Obviously, Steve is highly immersed in things like contact tracing and all things COVID related. And so, if this gets thrown, on his plate and said, well, this is happening in 2 weeks, so other things get pushed off, is that fair? Is that reasonable? And so I do want to hear from our town officials about what they envision this being in terms of an addition to their workload in the short run, and is it going to cause problems? I just think it's a fair question to ask, because we as the boards can set policy, but they're the ones who have to deal with all the actual work and implementing and the headaches that ensue.
So I guess to answer your question is, we're basically over an hour past my bedtime. So I'm in the office quite early in the morning and like late night. And what I'll say is a couple of challenges for me right now is my deputy chief is on vacation. I have a lieutenant that's been out of work for 7 months, injured on duty. So this will fall on me and Lieutenant Hallis, and I may bring another sergeant involved. That being said, your department is up for any challenge. We're not the city of Worcester. I don't have 400 or 500 staff members. We're a small department, but we're a really strong department, and we'll do what we can. You bring up a very valid point that, as I will work to ensure a safe event, I really don't have the time to plan their event. It would be more of an oversight, working with Jen, working with Rotary, looking at their parking plans and different things to try to assist Dr. Robinson with all the logistical issues that he's going to have. Some good points are brought up. If we can get some local volunteers to help as well. When you talked about the graduation parade, I mean, I brought in a lot of staff, to do that, and the high school, paid for quite a few officers to get it done. And you're talking 300 cars just going up Ruggles, Main Street, and back. This is going to take a lot more work in a very, very short amount of time. But are we up for the challenge? We'll give it a shot, and I'll always report back if I feel that it's not in the best interest of public safety to move forward. I'd be more than happy, to be that bad guy. Not that I want to be. We're trying to, as a police department, accommodate. We would also like to see events like this. I will say it's going to be a major challenge, Doctor. And Mohammed, I've known you now for 2.5 years, and you're a gentleman. I want to help you. I want to get this done, but in the true spirit of being your police chief, this is going to be a challenge, and I'm up for it. But it's going to be tight with the timetables that we have.
I thank you. Before anyone else goes on, I just want to emphasize something, because you said something that somebody else had said, and I just want to really emphasize, if a decision is made that this cannot be done, nobody is a bad guy. Any decision that's being made is being made in the best interest of the town and the participants, and nothing else is coming into play.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear.
I appreciate that, Doctor, but I felt some different sentiments over the past 5 weeks. So
I echo that. I just want
spirit of full disclosure, it's been a very difficult COVID-19, but the last 5 weeks have been a challenge. So I just want everyone to know we're here. We're going to do everything to the best of our ability. You know, we're honored to serve. But I would not be being honest with you and forthright if I didn't say I see some challenges ahead. That's all. But I have no issues. Whatever the direction the two boards point in, I'm a team player, and I'll do whatever I can to facilitate your requests as public leaders.
And what about you, Director Bakari, in terms of the stuff that's on your plate and how fitting in this event will do?
So I'll just echo what Jeff said. We have people on vacation. Ray's out today, but we'll get whatever needs to be done to be done. Again, I don't want to have to make the plan, but we can review it, and I don't see it. We'll get it done if that's the direction that you choose to go in.
So if we choose to go forward, can I propose that if there was a draft of the plan that we could all see by the end of the week, that way we could have comments. I think we also need a drop dead deadline of when we need all the boards and departments to sign off on the plan in order for this to go forward. And I'm thinking tentatively that would be like by maybe next Wednesday. If everyone hasn't signed off on it, I'm not sure that we can expect the plan to be finalized, the day before the event. I don't think that works in anyone's best interest. And so I want to set up some hurdles and some roadblocks so that we kind of know what the expectations are. And so that way everyone's clear about, what needs to get done. But those aren't hard and set in stone. I want to bring them before this group so that we can decide on them.
Yeah, Dr. Walsh, honestly, I think, first of all, a plan, if we proceed forward, we need more than a draft plan. We need a fairly detailed plan, and it needs to be by end of day on Thursday. And it could be Thursday evening or whatever, but if there's a call with DPH on Friday, you need to have as much specificity about what is going to happen in order to have a meaningful call with the DPH. So again, that's a very tight time window. It's Tuesday, and we're saying basically 48 hours to produce a plan that addresses all of the concerns in some degree of detail, because there's not going to be a lot of time for back and forths on revisions. So ideally it'd be by sometime on Thursday, so various people on this call can weigh in and give some feedback, but a pretty specific detailed plan needs to be ready by the call with the DPH on Friday, in my opinion.
I think we've heard from all of the town staff once again, except for Jen. Jen, do you want to weigh in?
Similar to what Steve and the chief said, I'm happy to help, do a site walk, get it done if that's the direction that we are going. It'll be a challenge, but I haven't planned an event yet this year, so.
So I haven't commented, and this is a tough one. I think there have been, if nothing else, Dr. Ramzan, I hope you certainly have the sense from the conversation we've been having here of how much, and I know you've expressed that, how much we want to work with you, whether it's now or in the future, and how much we care about seeing events like this be successful and be safe, COVID or otherwise. I would love to see this event. I've already said that. Having said that, and having been one of the key planners in planning Westborough's 300th celebration, where we had thousands of people across all of those fields. And as I was looking through my notes, it was a year in the making. Now, it was a more complex event. It was a longer event, so I'm not at apples and oranges a bit on the comparison. But one of the points that was just made really struck me in terms of the time that we have in all of the variables between now and your event. And that is there was so much back and forth in planning that event between, in this case, the Rotary Club, then the 300th committee, and with all of the town officials, permits, signage, trash, cones, markers for the parking volunteers. I mean, I got a whole folder over here, and that's the short version of it. And I really think we're trying to squeeze this through a spot that we just as a town right now, given the pandemic and given the concerns that Dr. Hashmi also shared, that we just can't do in a safe and thoughtful manner to protect everyone. And I just worry about what's going to go wrong. I don't, I'm always let's try it, because if we don't try it, then we never can, we don't know if we could have done it. But I just feel like when I think about, it's a prime vacation time for our departments, and, departments that run pretty lean anyway. I think we are unfortunately setting ourselves up to not have this be a successful event. And given the time that we have, if we had, 2 months, I think back to our town meeting planning. How many meetings, guys, do we have on that? 4 or 5 meetings and emails and on-site and planning. We just don't have the benefit of that time right now. And I mean, that makes me very sad, because I know this is a very special time of year for your congregation, but being that my role would be so little other than saying yay or nay in a vote, I almost don't feel like it's, it's not for me to really, I can make that decision. That's my responsibility as a selectman, but I don't have to do the hard work here. And it's, I just, given that all that our town departments have on their plate, I don't see them being able to collectively pull this off in spite of best efforts. And that's my concern. So, but if ultimately we want to come up with a plan that is, I think Dr. Ehrlich is absolutely correct. We'd have to see a pretty detailed plan, which would also need to include what the cost estimates are that the congregation would have to incur, details and otherwise, whatever all those costs are, by Thursday, and then at the latest, I would say the 21st would be when we reconvene at our normal scheduled time. And then we make that final decision. And again, Dr. Ramzan, that would give you less than, 2 weeks to get that communication out to your congregation. So enough from me. Unless I have to say something else here. Everyone's looking at
I
me
guess
still.
what's the take? Is it a vote of the boards, or I guess I look to Shelby, you and Nathan as to how, as chairs, you want to do it. But I think it's.
Yeah, so I don't think we need a formal vote, because I think that we basically have a petitioner that is, asking to use the fields. We don't have a plan yet. So, we could dismiss it outright if any of the boards wanted to vote to dismiss it now. That way we would save Dr. Ramzan the time. If otherwise, I think that, just kind of a nod and assent that we want to at least go to the next step to see the plan, which does involve a lot of work on his part and on our part. It's, going to be effort to review the plan, to look at it, to read it, to make comments on it. And we just want to make sure that, we're going forward in good faith. And from what I've heard, there's mixed feelings as to whether we can successfully pull this off. And I personally, think that seeing the plan is going to help me know whether I fall on one side or the other. If it's something that you might want to do in the future, it's probably worth your effort to put together the plan anyway. And because it could be that you use the same plan for next year. If it's not something that you're going to use, I don't know where you usually have this or where you've done it in the past. But if it turns out you're going to go back to whatever location you were using before, then it might not be worth your effort to proceed down that. So I want to, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing the plan is kind of where I'm coming from. But I think that if someone wants to call a vote to, you know, stop it from going forward, you know, I think we should entertain that.
Dr. Ehrlich? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that motion, but I will say, you know, I've been trying to be as open-minded as possible throughout this whole time, and I've heard a lot of good arguments on both sides. The one thing I'll tell you, Dr. Ramzan, is that while I'm certainly open to seeing a plan presented, there's a part of in the back of my brain that's saying it's not going to happen. That, you know, you're gonna. There's just too many things here that are going to be too stressful to pull together in such a short time period. I'm not saying I won't, you know, obviously look at everything fairly and objectively. I absolutely would, but if you asked me to bet money on, like, are there going to be things that crop up, and will there ultimately be too many? There's just not enough time to deal with things. That would be how I think was the most likely outcome. But I'm not opposed to you seeing what you could do in 2 days to bring something together. But again, I know you have said you are going to take the message of this meeting back to your group, and you know, I think what's really important is that you fairly represent to them, you know, the breadth of issues, the concerns that have been raised, and to get a fair sense of maybe it's just a bit too much at this time. Like everyone else has said, if this was 2 months from now, I don't think any of us would, you know, have the, you know, we would think we can get something pulled together.
Yeah, well, he has an hour and 20 minutes of tape that they can play and watch.
All right. Well, I want the chief to be able to go to bed, so let's vote on something.
No, I know. I actually, I guess I'll step ahead here and ask if any member of the board the Board of Selectmen, wants to make a motion as to whether or not we would want to consider seeing a plan as a next step. I'm not hearing that motion from the board. Oh, sorry, Alan. Or a different motion. I mean, I feel like that's kind of where we're at. I mean, Dr. Ehrlich makes a great point about hearing from, giving Dr. Ramzan a chance to go back with it, but it has to be with the timeline of coming back with a plan in short order.
And I'm comfortable with that, knowing the capacity issue, you know, having the capacity, having the traffic flows, you know, a sense of the public safety plan, you know, ticket checking, trash, things of that nature. You know, my gut feeling is that Mass DPH is going to come back and say, "What are you thinking?" Right? You want to have potentially 1,000 or 2,000 people gathering, even though it's for a relatively short period of time. You know, so you know, I'm concerned that there'll be a lot of effort spent by Dr. Ramzan and his congregation, as well as town staff, on something that the state's going to come back and say, no, this is how it fits into the guidance, and it's really not workable. And to echo Dr. Ehrlich, I think in the back of my mind, something's going to come up that's going to say, you know, this isn't going to work. And I'm thinking not just the weather on the day of or the night before, but it's even, you know, the day before. And when do the signs go up, and the fencing or the rope areas to guide people around, and what if it's pouring rain the day before, right? I mean, it's so many uncertainties here that
No, thank you very much. I think I'm going to make it easy for you folks, because I know this is a long meeting, and otherwise it will be going from one person to the other. I will just ask one question from Jen. Jen, in your experience previously, parking in those areas, how many cars can be comfortably fit? I just want to get a sense of it before I say something further.
I mean, this is a real rough estimate. I would say, maybe 100 to 150, maybe more. Safely and, with getting in and out. I'm just trying to think the Buddy Walk probably has 400 to 500 people in attendance.
I would support that, Jen. I was gonna, if you had asked me based on my experience in the two that are still available, I'd say 200 at most.
So the other day I was, when I drove there are some spots. One I think had like a 30 to 40 spots per parking space.
So I didn't include those just because I think somebody had mentioned it, that area is very big for dog walkers and they typically will park in those spots. And even if we were to say, even at the Buddy Walk, we try to put notices out, like, please don't come walk your dog here. And people either just don't get the message or they think they can sneak in before the event. So more than likely, those spots would be filled with dog walkers or just people. And we've seen an uptick in use in that area anyway, just people fishing and walking, just with all the restrictions in place, there's nothing else for people to do. So I didn't factor those in because more than likely they'd be taken. And you might want to use if those spots too. I know the Buddy Walk uses the parking lots. I don't know if you were bringing in a speaker. I think I saw that lot might be good for people that needed to bring stuff in to set up. So.
And in front of the Sharp building, are there any spots which can be? There was a large area.
I don't think that area is available for us to use as parking. If I'm thinking of the same area, I get confused on where the Sharp building is. Is that the DYS building? Does anybody know? But I think all up in that area, we don't typically allow parking. And then just for emergency services vehicles, they need to be in and out of there. So we typically don't allow people to park.
The Sharp building's on the right-hand side as you're coming in.
That's
that's Allen Hall's the one in the back.
That's Zarasiska or Zara something.
The Sharp is the first one, and then Sharp is next to it.
Yes.
It's on Lyman Street.
Yes, right.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I don't think we would allow people to park there. See, it's confusing even for people that live here and see it every day. It's
well, it's also it's not our property,
ours,
right?
It's
the state.
Yeah. So you're right.
It's the state.
Okay. All right. No, I think so. It seems like maximum will be 250. If I put like 4 people per car, that would be like 1,000, and 5 people to be 1,250, which we can relatively safely park there. But I will make it easy rather than you all, I really sincerely appreciate whatever your time, and this is long time this meeting went through and all that, and you all gave me a very valuable input, and this probably lays down the foundation for our future. This time we all are, we are in these unprecedented times. None of us wanted to be in these situations and all that. And that's why we were venturing out too. I actually will go back to our board and our executive committee. Mostly I will discuss with our board and maybe explore a couple other options. Because as somebody said, that putting all this work and then turn around on Friday, Mass DPH says that unfortunately you cannot have a gathering like that. Then it all, we all are working and all that. I'll be tomorrow again in the hospital seeing patients. I have to recruit a volunteer, but that volunteer, I have to put all this information together myself because I have to understand what was asked and all that. It would be very hard unless I have that 1.5 hour tape to give to somebody, review it, and come up with it.
It should be on westboroughTV.org.
Yeah, it will. I can send you the link just so you have it, but yes.
Wonderful. So it will be very hard, but I think we learned a lot. I mean, this is the mutual understanding and respect and being accommodating for each other. All our intentions are to make it successful and make it happen. But times are different, so those are definitely tying up our hands. I don't want anybody, Dr. Elric said very well, and for our Chief Jeff also, that yes, nobody is a bad person. Here we all were trying together how we can make it successful logistically, and there are limitations, no doubt about it. So I'll put it that way. No need to rush. Let me talk to our board also, so it doesn't come that, you guys felt bad that you had to dismiss it. I would rather say that we will put our heads together if we think that there is something which will be even practically feasible for this. I was thinking that maybe we can put a restriction of 2,000 people and limit it, and those who registered, then it will be an easily manageable crowd. Maybe a 1,500 people, I don't know, but that I have to consult with our board. If that happens, will you guys feel comfortable? That will be my other question, which after Jane gave me some perspective on the parking, there will be a crowd of 1,500 or 2,000 agreeable where you feel comfortable, unless of course Mass DPH says, no, unfortunately you cannot go, even though the guidelines are this, but this is where we stand. Then all bets are off. Then we don't have to venture anything. But if they don't put a restriction, will you folks be comfortable that a crowd of 2,000 will be okay? We can manage and we can discuss it and put a limit on it from our side.
So I'll speak for the selectmen here, if I may, based on what I've heard, and certainly others can chime in. That I think it really depends upon the details. I mean, I think that the number, you know, if, right? So I think we've laid out kind of all of our questions and concerns, and the plan that has to come together quickly, regardless of the number of people, has to address those concerns. You know, I think it's really that straightforward. I think, you know, and you've heard that from multiple members. Alan,
My hearing that those two parking areas is 100, 150, and we think maybe for Shelby we could squeeze 200 cars into.
I was a valet, you know. I'm pretty good at it.
I'm impressed. Then you know, even at 5 people, you know, we've talked about 4 to 5 people per car. So even at 5 people per car at the high end, that's an event of 1,000 people. And I can't see an event of 2,000 or 1,500 or 1,250. To me, that would be the, you know, if we can do 1,000 people safely, is the question at this point. And so it would be 1,000, at most 1,000, probably less.
Perfect. I think that's a good estimate for us. So we will put 1,000 as the number. I will discuss with our board that 1,000. Are you all comfortable that if we come up with a plan of 1,000, then we can pursue it further? And our board agrees also that this is the way we want to go. If not, then we will say, hey, there will be next time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the way Alan Edinburgh said it is best. It's 1,000 at most, but again, you know, we've thrown out some guesses on the parking, and as I've said earlier, if we think a prudent plan is not to max park, but to give some spacing, you know, you really could be looking. I think, you know, you're probably saying at least 500 could be handled there, but the number's going to be between 500 and 1,000. I wouldn't assume it's closer to the upper end. So that would be the message if I was in front of your group that I would say.
Perfect. And who should I communicate tomorrow that which direction we are going also, so to be easier for you also? Should I talk to Christy, further communicate, and she will communicate to you? Will that be, or anybody else?
It will be useful, I think, to include Director Bakari in that conversation as well. He's able to feed anything that you give him to the Board of Health.
Right.
I assume Christy will be able to forward stuff to the Board of Selectmen.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but if he wants one person, I mean, instead of calling
yeah, no,
two,
I think
yeah.
I think Christy and Steve are your main points of contact on this, and then they can connect with the rest of us here.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay.
I honestly thank you very much. You know, I know you have other business. I hope there's no
Jeff
other
needs to go to bed. He's sleeping.
It's tough, and I feel guilty that I had to keep you up, especially our chief over there. Yes. So I really, from the core of my heart, I'm extremely thankful for your valuable time and even considering this. And we had a great great debate, and we went very well with our discussion. I think there are lessons learned from it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Dr.
Thank you
Ramsden.
very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Chief.
Good night, Chief.
Keep out.
All right. Good night, Jen. Good night, Steve.
Night,
Well,
thanks.
not Steve. I shouldn't say Steve. Sorry.
Good night, everyone.
So Chair Marshall, is there anything else then the Board of Health wants to deal with tonight, or can I let
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anything. Christy, keep me on point here. No.
Okay, I think we might call it a night then for our board. Do we have a motion to?
I move we adjourn the Board of Health meeting.
I
do a
second.
second? Good. Dr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Dr. Hashmi,
Yes.
Dr. Walsh, yes. Thank you, Chairman, and the Board of Selectmen.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Entertaining us for so long.
Thanks,
Good
everyone.
discussion. Thank you very
Good
much.
discussion. Thank you. Always thoughtful. Okay. Christy, I might ask for some help here. As we were wrapping up our discussion, I was trying to look ahead to our agenda to see what items we might defer to another meeting.
So the committee, what's left is the committee handbook, which I
Right.
wasn't sure if they decided to move that discussion anyway.
I'm gonna, if Selectman Edinburgh is okay, being that both you and Lee worked on it together and given the hour, and I think it's a kind of a focused concentration conversation and discussion. Can we defer that to another meeting?
Absolutely. I mean, Selectman Emery has put a lot of time and effort to this as well. If she's able to be here at our next meeting, I think that would be beneficial to keep the process moving. Our thought was we had gathered public comment. We were then going to get the board's comment, go back, do an updated draft, do an initial review by town council, come back to the Board of Selectmen for a final review. What I would suggest maybe that we, between now and the next meeting, we collate the public comment and provide the board with an updated draft that includes those comments to help foster your comments and input. So that following that next meeting, it'll be easier. It'll take less time to collate everything to that draft that would then go out to town council for review. So we can just keep the process moving forward a little bit. So I think that's an alternate path that'll work well. And, hopefully Selectman Emery will be feeling better and able to join us at our next meeting.
Is everyone comfortable with that plan?
Yeah.
Okay. Syed, you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
So we also had the CPA committee. We set up the committee right before COVID, and so we've just started advertising it. We've already had one volunteer, so that'll be on our next agenda. I believe Selectman Emery was interested in this. So I don't know if you just go ahead and appoint her so we can keep moving, or if you just want to put it on a different agenda.
I'll entertain a motion if
I'd move to appoint Selectman Lee Emery as the Selectman member of the Community Preservation Act Exploratory Committee.
I would second that.
Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Alan?
Yes.
Syed?
Yes.
Lee, Ian?
I'll be Lee, I'll be Ian, whatever. Yeah. Johnson, yes.
And Shelby, yes. Okay, 400. Great. Okay.
The meeting schedule for August.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if we just blew that with the given our last meeting. I mean, last agenda item here.
No, now we need it more than ever.
I know. Well, so I had asked that this be on, I don't have to tell anyone here that we've been going at a pretty frenetic pace for a long time. And as much as the Board of Health likes to kind of figure out how to not attend, and we keep bringing them back, I'm trying to really give us maybe a break so we can take a breath and regroup. I'm suggesting that if we can, we have one meeting in August, and that be the 18th. So we finish strong in July, and we have one meeting in August. Is that?
I'm on board with that.
I'm sure no one.
I'm wondering what the over/under is, if that allows.
I know. I don't
Something
even.
will come up that will require a short meeting here or there.
I'm concerned. Granted, I have to attend both board meetings. I'm concerned about having one meeting in August.
So historically, we've only had one meeting in July and one meeting in August.
Yeah, so
and I think this is more scheduled than I think as we've had all along. There's always the opportunity to put other meetings in, and that's what we've been doing for the past 4.5 months. So.
Okay.
And there are certainly some critical work of the board that's ongoing that we're aware of that may come up that, we need an off meeting. So I guess if we want a motion, then we can do that. If not, we can continue on a regular schedule.
I would move to set the August meeting date to August 18th.
I would second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
And just has been said that we plan on one meeting. Clearly, any urgent matter comes up that requires our attention, just as we have for the past 4 months. We post the meeting, we have the meeting, and we move on. So it doesn't preclude us from having additional meetings. It just gives us hope.
And the
But
beauty
I think this also, it also
go ahead.
gives Christy and Kim the ability to schedule those regular items to that time, so that if we do have other meetings, they're more concise and for certain points, but everything else we can plan on scheduling late July or that meeting in August.
Right. Right. And I think that obviously with technology, it makes it a lot easier just to dial in, as opposed to, if you're not going to be available or local, you can just find a phone or find a computer and we're all together again. Okay. All right.
Your beach background will be real, not
right.
fake wallpapers.
Right.
I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Ian, please.
Johnson, yes.
Alan?
Edinburgh, yes.
Syed?
Ashmi, yes.
And Marshall, yes. That's 4-0. Thank you. Okay. Christy, do you?
I think that's it.
I think.
So just the town manager report, which I'm pulling up right now.
Which I hate to gloss over because there's a lot of information in there.
I actually got more information this afternoon from the planning department. So, sorry. So we're working on the reopening. We continue to work on reopening. We still have our staff working at sort of alternating schedules, but still working from home on days that they're not in the office. But we're targeting potentially July 27th to start reopening to the public, which would be limited access to town buildings. And so we're really working on creating signage and markings and sort of access pathways to the offices that that people would be visiting. And we continue to do meeting with people in the airlock in front of town hall, and also doing appointments. So we'll be putting out a communication on that. The I-90-495 interchange project is before the Conservation Commission tonight. That is about at 25% designed, and I actually just received an email today from Julie Squires, who's the chair of the BPAC committee, who had asked about the letter that the Board of Selectmen had sent back in November, because some of the things that we requested, which you saw, were related to the underpass, are not showing up in the design. So my intention is to submit a follow-up letter. I'll probably ask Shelby to sign it, which would really just reiterate the intentions that we stated in the November letter, because the comment period ends on July 19th. For Eversource, the town council continues to be in touch with Eversource. Chief Purcell, Selectman Hashmi, John Metzger, on behalf of the Student of Westborough, and myself are working with the town council. Eversource has responded to a lot of the concerns that we raised, and they've also provided an amended alternate route. So we've asked Eversource to come and present to the board at your July 28th meeting, just to give an update of all of those items, so that the full board can hear that response. They also still not filed with you. The task force continues to meet every 2 weeks to address different areas of need related to COVID-19 impact. One thing we started talking about was the potential to create some where businesses could advertise vacancies, and residents who are looking for work due to possible layoffs during COVID-19 could see those vacancies. So, certainly the town doesn't typically have some sort of job board, but really just wanting to help with the local economy. In relation to town manager goals, now that town meeting's over and COVID, we're reopening, we're getting back to that. So working on the communication plan. The first sort of piece of that is in meeting with some different department heads. We're identifying some staff who will have access to our social media accounts so that they can start posting, specifically DPW, on some of the work that they're doing. And then we're also continuing to review fees, which was another goal of mine. And so again, to the departments, everyone knows that there's the outdoor water use restriction. I'm just going to go through these quickly. We've also we're advertising a water sewer operations manager vacancy. There's a requirement for a specific type of license, but anyone who's interested or knows someone who's interested, please apply. The DPW has also applied for a shared streets grant. And so they're going to, if that's funded, then they'll support improvements of to sidewalk ramps. The Lyman Street sidewalk, which was a condition of the Pulte project, is something that we continue to work on. Initially, the sidewalk was going to run down intersections both sides of the street. The DPW has worked with the developer to put it all on the beach side of the street in order to eliminate those crossings. And so that's something that we plan to move ahead with, and something that I wanted to mention to the board. If you, this does not require your approval as a board, and it also does not require the planning board approval. But I wanted to mention that in case anyone had any concerns.
Chrissy, I'm sorry, just so it would extend from on the beach, on the beach side, not the parking lot side.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, and so to create that sidewalk, are easements required? It's pretty tight on that side in terms of property.
No, so Chris's comment is that all work is within the town right of way. Landscaping and about 11 trees in front of houses along Lyman must be removed in order to facilitate construction.
Okay.
And are they going to be asking are they going to be reaching out to the property owners about that?
Yes. Yep. And they've already started. So it says next.
There's a gas line on that side of there's also a gas line that runs on that side of the street.
Okay. So they're saying that the next step in the process is to inform the affected residents, many of whom they've already talked to about this. And certainly, they would be, I will mention that, but they're, before they do any work, they make themselves aware of any utilities,
And I also just want to mention that I'm through the Route 9 Lyman Street intersection on a pretty regular morning basis. And I would probably say at this point, 3 out of 5 days, I happen to see people using the crosswalks and the cross signals to cross Route 9. So those sidewalks that were constructed along Route 9 and the connection of Lyman Street and the ability to safely cross Route 9 is definitely getting use.
So unless the board has any concerns, they're going to move forward with that. The police department is reinstituting their traffic officer assignment, which was something that they had stopped during COVID. The fire department had applied for a FEMA grant with Northborough and Shrewsbury, and they got about $46,000 in funding for PPE. We came before you to ask for your authorization to apply for a regional dispatch grant. We actually heard back from State 911 that they're actually going to take Westborough out of the grant running, and instead they will be authorizing the hiring of the Collins Center at UMass to begin studying this regional project that they'll pay for out of their own budget. The State 911 will pay for out of their own budget. And so we'll be meeting with them, the Collins Center, on the scope of the project.
That's very exciting. That's great.
Yeah.
That's big news.
Yeah, it's really good. The fire chief and DPW has been working with BP Gas and Stonegate related to dumpsters in the public way, so they were able to remove those and stripe it when they did the striping earlier during the spring. The town clerk has a lot of information related to election changes. She intends to come before the board to talk about it. But again, all of this gets posted online, and there's a document, I think it's 4 pages long, on all the things that are sort of changed related to the upcoming elections. The finance department is sending out demands for FY20 overdue payments. I just want to make the board aware. So this includes real estate, personal property, water and sewer, and motor vehicle excise taxes. The senior center provided a lot of updates. They're certainly working with seniors on COVID impacts. They have brought the senior bus back beginning July 6th. They dropped off 480 tabletop pies to seniors, so thinking creatively about how to stay in touch with seniors during this time. They've reinstituted caregiver dinners. They held a shredding day on July 11th. And then they just really want to thank the community because a lot of people have been calling and sending notes and donations to the senior center.
Christy, can I just add one piece on the finance department and demands? I think to the extent that maybe some of that information at a summary level might be provided to the task force so we can understand kind of sort of the, to the extent of how much is overdue. I think that's information the task force would find helpful in the context of some of the things we're trying to understand relative to the fund and raising additional resources and rental assistance. And I know this is taxes, but it would be helpful information, I think, for the fund to have.
I can give you that information right now.
Yeah. Oh, you don't, okay, you can, or just send it to the board after. I don't need it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Actually, I could back to the caregiver dinners. I think that was in there, but I've heard it from a number of folks in the community. I believe it's been on social media too, but really it was highlighted here. But to the Bistro, Westborough House of Pizza, Central House, and Rotary Pizza that really kept this going where the senior center could not do it. So I just really want to call them out and thank them because it was. Again, it was the community coming together to really help out here, and just want to say thank you to them and many others that have really helped out.
Thanks. And then this last piece that's not in your packet, the planning department. So we're working on a corridor traffic study at Otis and Smith Valve. This is paid for by Amazon and Atlantic Management, and the department heads are continuing to work with them. And then the planning board is working closely with Caruth Capital on the MassWorks grant for West Park Drive. And Caruth and the town planner would like to present to the Board of Selectmen probably on your July 28th meeting, asking for a letter of support. And that's it.
Great. A lot of good work. Thank you. Thanks, Christy. Issues and correspondence. Let's see. The magic ball goes round and round. Ian.
Make it easy. In light of time, I have nothing that's pressing to bring up. So I will pass it on.
Pass the baton. All right. Selectman Hashmi.
I'm sorry, Selectman Marshall, Chairman Marshall, I have a lot, so just bear with me. The first thing I wanted to point out is the Boston Housing Authority has extended its moratorium on non-essential evictions till the end of the year. I don't know if the Westborough Housing Authority has done something similar. I would like to find out, or we could encourage them to, I don't know if they have the same ability. They could get back to us, that would be great. And then a resident had also reached out to us, I think yesterday or the day before, about some problems with the smell of chickens. And this has been a persistent concern, so I just want to make sure that we respond back to that resident, and we have a plan. This has been going on for 2 years. I don't think it's fair. The other is something I don't know if I'd sent it to the rest of the board, but I think I sent it to Christy and Chairman Marshall. There was a petition that was going around about getting extra revenue for municipalities. So I didn't know if you wanted to send that to the rest of the board, if they wanted to sign on, and we could discuss it at our next meeting, but I didn't want that to kind of fade away.
This is the MMA kind of Google
No, it
form?
wasn't. It's not MMA. It's not MMA. It's a bunch of counselors across Massachusetts that have submitted this document. It's not coming through the MMA. It is just individual counselors have signed on, or the communities have signed on, and I didn't know if we as a town wanted to sign on. So I didn't know if you wanted to share
Let's
it
put
with
it
the
on
rest
our
of the-
next agenda.
Okay, all right. And then the other thing was about the MBTA parking on the street, and where do we stand with that? Is that done? Are we finally have that?
Yep, so the signs are done and they're striping the lot and they're in communication with MBTA because they needed a certain amount of time to get the payment piece up and going, but we're moving forward.
Okay, and then are we going to have a discussion about where that money from, because we're going to be getting a portion of that money, am I not correct in this?
No, we are getting a portion of the money.
So we were going to have a discussion of where that money was going to go. I think it may be helpful to have that discussion. Where we're going to be investing that money.
Well, it will go into the general fund.
Okay, I thought there was a discussion of whether we wanted to, use some of that money towards helping mobility in our town or some such thing.
We had talked about setting up like a special, I forget exactly what it's called, but a special district. And so we can talk about that again, but absent that, we can't just redirect that. We can't direct the money anywhere in particular. So we can put it on a future agenda.
Okay. All right. And then the last thing is there was going to be I recognize COVID came in the middle of this, but there was going to be a planning meeting between the planning board and the board of selectmen about mitigation. I just don't want that falling off our kind of mutual agendas as we move forward. And then the last, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I have a meeting with Jim Robbins next week, and that's on my list. So.
Okay, great. And then the last thing I just would like to do is to mourn the passing of Dr. Nighat Rashid Khan. Dr. Khan was in the 1950s not only the first woman in her family to go to medical school, she was the first person to do so. She was a trailblazer, and though many people followed in her footsteps, none of them ever filled her shoes. And despite the fact that she was a pediatrician, a mother, the go-to person for an extended family, she made time for each and every one that she met. And more incredibly, even in the eyes of the world, you were a nobody. In her eyes, you were always a somebody. And I can only hope and pray that you are as fortunate as I am to have a person who provided so much love and encouragement to you, and who believed in you with all her heart. And such was her impact in her life that she's being mourned in three continents. We speak frequently about the spirit of Westborough, and even though she never made it here, I think many people in this town would have found her a kindred spirit. And I think people like her should be recognized, and that's why I wanted to recognize her today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
Just a couple of quick follow-up things for some questions I've received. Have we gotten any update from the Attorney General's office or around the tax taking of the theater property? And how's that moving along? Is it on schedule? Is there a schedule? Do we know? Also, we have 2 properties that we referred to the AG's receivership program, which based on the presentations would have indicated there have been some movement on them, getting those properties into some form that was being rehabbed. I'm wondering where that process is. Aside from a small dumpster at one of the properties for a couple of weeks, it doesn't seem like there's been much movement. So I'm just wondering if I assume things have been on hold in part because of COVID, but at some point, not urgent, but over the next couple of meetings, a quick update, a couple sentences would be great.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, great. A couple of quick items and questions actually for you, Christy. One, I noticed that there had been work done on the newly done Forbes parking lot right in the front. I saw that they had to strip it down and do some work, and I just wasn't aware of what work was being done.
Yeah, that's the grading of it was not in compliance, and
okay.
It was something on the punch list, and they couldn't do it right away because they had to wait for the weather, the winter
What? Okay, thank you. I thought that so maybe my misunderstanding. I thought that grading issue was on the Parkman Street side too. It was just that side.
Right.
Okay.
This side. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I did not understand that. Trying to read my own writing here. So I was wondering if the board would be interested in having the chair of the school committee and the superintendent come to a meeting at some point to give us an update on the school reopening plan. I know that they are straight out with that work, but and they certainly have their own meetings. We can certainly attend, but I think it would be helpful for the board to hear. And maybe that meeting is taking place with the Board of Health. I'm not sure. So I don't know, Syed or Christy, do you know if there are any plans for the school committee to read out to us or to Board of Health?
I don't. I'll let Christy speak. I don't know from my end. I know we are having a meeting next week.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any plan for that. I know that Amber's working with Steve, and they're certainly, they have to prepare for 3 different scenarios. So I'm not sure. I mean, I have a meeting with Amber coming up, so we can talk about when that might be good timing.
Yeah, I don't know about the timing, but I feel like it would be, I think it would be helpful for the public to understand that. Again, they can certainly tune into the school committee meetings, but I just think in the interest of collaboration, it would just be helpful to get an update. And maybe that's through you, Christy, but.
Well, or perhaps it could be similar to what we've done with the Board of Health. Maybe we could request to have a joint meeting when they're doing it, and then they don't have to come a second time for us.
Right, exactly. Whatever, somehow let's just make sure we're all in good communication and understanding. And I mentioned this earlier, but I think it would be helpful. I think there's a lot of work that's done by boards and committees that probably could benefit from the members of the board being formal or informal liaisons. And I haven't given it a ton of thought. I have certainly, we talked about the Council on Aging, but I think the board might consider taking a look at the committees in boards that are in town and determining, where members of this board may want to participate as liaisons. And there might be different versions of, hey, I'm here if you have any questions, and I'm available to you to, getting copies of the minutes to attending the actual meetings. So I'll just put that out for thought, and that would be a future agenda item if the board's interested. The final thing, I just want to make a note to the public. I was pretty disturbed over the weekend, and the board saw an email from me and to Christy that someone had placed a sign on town property. Quite frankly, it's irrelevant as to the nature of the sign and what the wording was, but for the benefit of the public, it said, "We support Westborough Police," and it was on the Forbes property. I want to remind the public that you can post whatever you want on your own your private property, but in order to place a sign on town property, there is a sign policy. And if you are, you're protesting, you're running for election, you can't stick anything in the ground. You can hold the sign, you can lean the sign against yourself, but you can't leave it there staked. And I think we need to be respectful about kind of the rules that are in place that are intended to be fair for everyone. So please don't do that again, because it was disappointing. And that's all I have. So we do have an executive session. I'll take a motion if someone wants to make that. Alan, you're on mute if you're trying to help me out. You're still on mute.
There we go. Okay, sorry. My mouse is complaining.
It's tired.
So I move we enter into executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6 to discuss the purchase and exchange or lease value of real estate that real estate being, hold on, I've got to click over to the agenda.
30 Belknap and
30 Belknap and 31 to 33 Eli Whitney Street, and to also consider strategy with respect to litigation.
Okay, thank you. A motion, have a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you. And roll call vote. Syed,
Hashmi, yes.
Alan,
Yes.
Ian,
Johnson, yes.
and Marshall, yes. We are moving into executive session. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and hope you found the meeting interesting. Have a good night. Be safe.